Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2026 Ohio State Fair here at the Columbus, Ohio Fairgrounds. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're joining us here in the Voinovich, we now ask that you please stand for the playing of our national anthem. This is your third and final call, Class 8, 9, and 10 Charlotte. Third and final call, Class 8, 9, and 10. Second call, Class 11 Charlotte. Second call, Class 11.
Well, a really nice way to start off the show here this morning with a single entry Summerborn Heifer that the young maid brings to us. You got to love her length of body and length of spine, her correctness in her hip, and she follows it all the way down to the ground. When you get her out and moving, she flexes real good off all four corners. One that just got a load of potential down the road. Young maid does a great job showing her. Congratulations on a very nice heifer.
Results of class number 7 of your Junior Charlotte show. In first place goes to entry number 675, BDM LHC Miss Sweet, exhibited by Ben David Mears of West Alexandria, Ohio. That was also your bred and owned class winner. Now entering the ring is class number 8 of your early spring yearling Charlotte females, born April of 2025. This time, we'd like to introduce our judge today, Mr. Kurt Meyer. Kurt owns and operates Meyer Genetics, a premier cattle operation dedicated to breeding and developing high-quality show and breeding stock. Based in Anarga, Illinois, Meyer Genetics is recognized for its commitment to producing functional and competitive cattle that have achieved success at both state and national levels. Each fall, the program hosts its annual sale, offering exceptional heifers to customers across the country, along with selling bred heifers, bulls, and other elite genetics throughout the year. Kurt attended Lakeland Junior College before transferring to Western Illinois University, where he earned a degree in agricultural business. After college, he worked as the show and sale cattle manager for Hartman Cattle Company, gaining valuable experience in managing top-quality show cattle and high-profile sales. He is currently a marketing consultant for show and sale cattle at Prairie View Farms PVS Angus. Throughout his career, Kurt has had the opportunity to evaluate some of the best cattle in the country. In 2024, he was honored to judge the Bred and Owned show at the Simmental Junior Nationals, as well as the 2026 National Western Angus ROV show. He has also judged numerous other shows at both the state and local levels. And beyond the cattle business, he is a proud father to two twin boys, Drew and Eli, who share his passion for livestock. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our judge today, Mr. Kurt Meyer.
Well, a really competitive class comes to us here next. Heifer that started out the class, I think I'm just going to do so. When you get this heifer in motion, I just think she probably handles her rear two just a little bit better than the heifer that follows. She's a little squarer and truer when she gets when you get from behind to watch her walk. And I love this thing's length of body. And when he gets her parked and he gets her head up, she's got plenty of length and extension through that front 1/3. Maybe like to just fix her hip a little bit, maybe just pick her pin set up a little bit, but that's an awfully nice heifer that gets out and goes, and you just love that thing when she gets on the motion. Heifer that comes to us next is a rugged built type of a heifer. She's packed full of muscle, and you got to appreciate that about her. Just when you get her to go on her rear two, she just gets a little restricted, maybe just gets a little narrow track, and maybe doesn't flex with as much authority as the heifer in front of her does, but a big, stout, powerful one that comes in second. Heifer that comes in third, I'd like to maybe just change her lines a little bit. I'd like to maybe set her back on her front knee and maybe just relax her on her passions a little bit. But boy, you get that thing stopped and she patterns up so good. Probably one of the levelest hip heifers in the class. Just we'd like to change her angles a little bit, but a really nice heifer for the young lady to finish out the class.
Third and final call, Class 11, Charlet. Third and final call, Class 11, Charlet. Your Class 8 results in your Junior Charlet show. In first place goes to entry number 677, IMC Diana 5033N, exhibited by Barrett Evans of Dover. Second place, entry number 680, goes to Marabella 5011, exhibited by Bryson Herdman of Hillsboro. Third place, entry number 676, Pat Lil Miss Kennedy, exhibited by Kendall Bishop of Springfield. Now entering the ring is class number 9 of your early yearling females born March of 2025.
Well, an extremely nice single entry that comes to us here. I love this heifer's length of body. She's so long from her pull all the way back to her hip, just so long bodied. I love that about her. She's her length of neck, and I love her head shape and the way she attaches right through that throat latch. You really appreciate that about her. You get her in motion, and she does so free and easy. Maybe just not the biggest bellied one in the world, but for me today, it's definitely good enough. Heifer that you really like and could definitely stand some more competition. Congratulations on a nice single entry.
Your Class 9 results in first place goes to entry number 678, TCC Miss America 5027, exhibited by Sydney Leisure of Woodsfield. Now entering the ring is class number 10 of your junior yearling Charlet females born January 1st through February 28th of 2025. Tension in the barns. If there's any golf carts parked on the west side of Cooper, they need moved immediately as the dairy show begins at 9 o'clock. Once again, any golf carts parked on the west side of Cooper Arena need moved immediately.
Well, as we get into our January, February class here, I think a heifer that kind of starts itself to the class fairly handily in my mind. I love her pattern from the side. I love the depth of body and the springer rib. You get from behind, and she's packed full of muscle as well. And then when you get her out to motion, she does so real handily. I love the set to her back leg. Just a really nice, big, stout, broody cow one to start out the class. A real nice one. As we come into the second and third, a little more close in my mind, and maybe a guy could flop them either way. We're going to start out the second one. I like her head and neck. I'd wish to change her head and neck shape just a little bit as compared to the one in second, but I probably like her hip structure and her hind leg just a little bit better than the one that comes in third. Like I said, I'd like to just change from her shoulders forward how that one attaches to the top side of her neck and her head and neck shape just a little bit, but a big, stout, nice heifer for the young lady. Heifer that rounds out the class kind of just follows the same suit, packed full of muscle. You got to appreciate that about her. She's big and wide-hipped and does a lot of things right. I guess on the motion, she just isn't quite handling those rear two as well as I'd like to see him today. And I maybe just like to suck her tail head back into her a little bit, but a big, stout, broody cow to round out the class.
Results of class number 10 of your junior yearling females. In first place goes to entry number 681, JSJ Miss Bohannon, 4N, exhibited by Joshua Blankman of Oak Hill. Second place to entry number 682, Elman Shelley, N507, exhibited by Sydney Leisure of Woodsfield. Third place goes to entry number 679, PF Miss Hope, 5011, exhibited by Joshua Blakeman of Oak Hill. Now exhibiting in the ring is class number 11.
Well, as we round out our Charlet division, really nice effort to round out here. I love this thing's head and neck shape. I love the way she attaches the top side of her neck. Her chest is nice and sucked up into her, especially for being as far as long in their age as she is. I'd like to change her. I'd like to see her maybe just showing a little bit more spring and a little bit more maybe udder development for being this old. But I do think that thing patterns up real nice, and I love the shape to her back leg. Really nice effort to round out this Charlet division. Congratulations.
Your Class 11 results of your Junior Charlet show. In first place is exhibited by Reagan Benneker. Now entering the ring will be the selection of your Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Charlet females. Attention to the margins. Your first call, Class 2, 5, 7, and 8, Kianina. First call, Class 2, 5, 7, and 8.
Well, as we get our champion Charlet lineup out here, I think all these heifers out here represent their breed extremely well. I think any of these can go on and compete, farther on down the road. I think they've all got a lot of potential and a lot of future. Starting out here with our young calf that wins our first class, just a heifer that you love her length and extension up through that front 1/3. She ties super high, and when she gets her ears forward and really cocks off, boy, that thing will give you a look. Now, maybe she's just not the biggest bellied one in the world, and maybe you'd like to see her drop in her flank just a little bit compared to her chest and forerib, but a heifer that's really, really good and got a ton of future down the road for the young man. However, that comes to us in the next class, you love her length of body and you love her length of neck. When you get her out here as compared to her contemporaries, you maybe just like to fix her hip just a little bit to make her perfect, but that's getting pretty nitpicky on a nice, long-bodied, good pattern one that fits in the lineup real well. Definitely in contention here in this lineup. However, that comes to us next in our third class, maybe just a little bit more futuristic. Maybe just needs a little bit more time on feed to maybe just look a little more cowy and a little more substance to her as compared to her contemporaries out here. But a heifer that you love her length of body and you love her length of neck. She gets out and travels really nice, and you love her foot and bone underneath her. Just needs a little bit more maturity compared to some of these other ones out here. However, that comes to us in our fourth class, just a powerhouse of a cow. Big back, big bellied. You love that about her. She comes on the top side of her neck good enough for me, and I love her foot and bone underneath her. She's going to go out into production, and I think just make a whale of a cow, but still has the show ring extras to compete out here. Very nice heifer for the young man. And heifer follows out as our senior yearling. Like I talked in class, I love a lot about this heifer. For her maturity pattern. I just wish she was showing a little bit more spring of rib. I wish she was showing a little bit more udder for as far along as she is in age. But a heifer that I think you love her hair coat. She's presented super well, and you love the way her shoulder ties into her neck. A lot of things about her. One that's definitely in contention as well. So let's put our hands together for a really nice set of Charlets, and I'll go show you the two I like today.
Second call, class 2, 5, 7, and 8. Kianina, second call, class 2, 5, 7, and 8. Congratulations, your grand champion, Charlotte Junior Female out of class number 10 goes to entry number 681, JSJ Miss Bohannon for N, exhibited by Joshua Blakeman of Oak Hill. Congratulations, your reserve grand champion, Junior Charlotte Female. Out of class number 7 goes to entry 675, MBDM LHC Miss Sweet, exhibited by Ben David Mears of West Alexandria. Congratulations to our Charlotte exhibitors. This is your third and final call, class 2, 5, 7, and 8. Kianina, third and final call, class 2, 5, 7, and 8. Kianina. White Dorper show today? White Dorper show today? What's after Key Angus? Maine? Lemmy? Gelby. Then Lemmy. Oh shit. A lot of breeds today. A lot of them are pretty small though. First call, Class 9, 10, and 11. Kianina, first call, Class 9, 10, and 11. Kicking off your Junior Kianina show is class number 2 of your spring female calves born on or after March 1st of 2026.
Well, a nice March calf to start out our key division here. Heifer, you got to love the amount of muscle and power and shape she has when you get up right on top of her. She's got a big old loin in her, and she carries that all the way down, out through her hip and down to a big stifle, and just love the thing that thing's created in her with the skeleton about her. If you'd like to change her, I'd like to maybe just set her tail head down in her and relax her in that spine just ever so slightly when you get her out on the move. But that's a really nice young heifer that's going to be a lot of fun for that young lady down the road. Congratulations.
Results of Class 2 of your Junior Kianina show. In first place goes to entry number 683, Miss Friendly, exhibited by Sydney Shelton of Lynchburg. Now entering the ring is class number 5 of your senior female calves, born September 1st through October 31st of 2025. Second call, Class 9, 10, and 11. Kianina, second call, Class 9, 10, and 11.
Well, an extremely high quality, extremely well presented heifer comes through us on our fall born division of our keys. Heifer, you got to really appreciate her depth of body when you get off from the side. I love her length of body, her depth of body, and her spring of rib. You like that about her. She's got a ton of capacity when you get from behind. She's got plenty of muscle. She's not lacking there in any way, shape, or form. And as much muscle and true shape as she has, her shoulder still lays into her real nice with the front one. I like her front 1/3. If you could change this heifer, maybe when you get her out on the move, just maybe handle the front twos a little better. Maybe once just get a little paddly up front. But I think a little bit of that is tight fighting the halter as well. Really nice heifer that's going to definitely stand some more competition when we get her out here for a champion. Congratulations.
Results of Class 5 of your senior female calf class. In first place goes entry number 684, Boy Kelly, 221N, exhibited by Lance Brinksneeder of Arcanum. Now entering the ring is class number 7 of your spring yearling females born May 1st through June 30th of 2025. Third and final call, Class 9, 10, and 11. Kianina, third and final call, Class 9, 10, and 11.
Oh, a nice class of maize here in our next class of keys. Heifer that's going to lead out the class, I think, kind of does so fairly handily in my mind. I love her pattern from the side. I love her spring and shape of her belly line. She really has a bunch of spring and capacity to it. She patterns in that, do a really smooth shoulder, and I love the way she ties out of her neck. Just super attractive, super cowy looking heifer that when you get her asking out and move, does so really smooth and easy and really correct on all four corners of her skeleton. A really nice heifer to start out this class. Heifer that follows her up is maybe a little bit different in her type and kind is the heifer that leads off the class. This heifer's maybe a little bit more muscular when you get right in from behind. She's probably bigger and stouter up on the top side of her skeleton. But when you ask her to move, she's probably just a little more restricted off all four corners and like to change that about her and maybe just a little bit more terminal in her look as compared to the heifer. But a heifer that's really nice, big, stout, powerful, going to make a nice cow down the road for the young lady. Congratulations.
Results of Class 7 of your Junior Key Indiana Show. In first place goes to entry number 685, Emsal Houdad, exhibited by Madison Fisher of Somerset. Second place goes to entry number 686, TSSC, Pushing the Limit, exhibited by Hayden Kaufman of Salesville. Now entering the ring is class number 8 of your early spring yearling females born April 2025.
Well, a nice trio of heifers here in the next class of keys. A little bit of everything as far as types and kinds go. And I think a guy could maybe go a few different directions up here on the top end, depending on what a guy wanted to put his emphasis on. But for me today, I'm going to start out with the young lady's heifer. For me today, she just ties a little more elegant through that front 1/3 as compared to the heifer behind her. I love her length of body, her depthness of ribs. She just got that more cowy look as compared to the heifer in front of her. I'm not going to lie, when you get her out on the motion, I'd maybe like to tweak her off both ends of her skeleton, maybe just get her a little narrower tracking in from behind, maybe wants to get just a little wide. But a heifer that you love her pattern, you love her shape, and you love the cowiness that she possesses as compared to the heifer behind her. A really nice heifer for the young lady. Young man's heifer comes to us next. Big, stout, powerful, rugged built type of one. Massive in her bone work and massive in her foot structure. You love that about her. She's probably got maybe just a little bit more true natural width as compared to the heifer in front of her. I guess for me, she just maybe doesn't quite tie together in as elegant of a package as the heifer in front of her does. I'd like to maybe lay her shoulder into her a little bit better and maybe set the crest of her neck down a little bit. Just give her a little bit more maternal look for me today. Heifer that comes to us next is a great big long body heifer. You love that about her. She's probably the most elegant and most feminine looking one in the class. However, when you get this heifer on the move, you'd like to just change the way she handles her rear too when she gets out on the move. Maybe just gets a little more restricted. Maybe just doesn't like to flex off that rear hock as compared to the heifers in front of her. But a really nice, big, long body cow. Really good project for the young man. Congratulations.
Results of class number 8 of your early spring yearling females. In first place goes to entry number 687, Elman Who's Ivy 5N. Olin of Ashland. Second place in class, and also your Britton class winner, goes to entry number 688, BCU Lucky Lady 523N, exhibited by Braden Cummings of Hillsboro. Third place goes to entry number 689, HR Ace 2403N, exhibited by Tyson Arnett of Gallion. Now entering the ring is class number 9 of your early yearling females, born March of 2025.
Sorry, excuse me for taking a little longer on this class. I guess it just kind of, when I get out here trying to see where I want to put the emphasis on these three individuals out here. There's definitely three different types and kinds, and I guess they all do things right, and they kind of all have some flaws. And I'll kind of tell you how I see them today. The young man's heifer that we start out with, um, boy, she is overpowering in this class. She is big and stout and broody. You really appreciate that about her. For me today, I'd probably like to tone her down in her maturity and maybe slim her up in her body condition a little bit for me to be ideal today. And I think when you do that, I think she maybe just doesn't want to move just perfect on the rear. That being said, for everything out here, she's on par with what soundness is in this class. But like I said, I think a heifer that overpowers the rest of them, but we would like to just change her inner body condition and change her in maturity pattern today. But a really nice, big, stout, broody cow to lead off the class. Heifer that comes to us next is definitely different in her type and kind. You love the elegance and the way this thing ties into the top side of her neck. She's so attractive through that neck and head. I love that about her. And honestly, if this one just got out and moved a nickel better off her rear twos, I think this one probably fits my bill a little bit better for my type and kind. I just probably need to change her off them rear two. The way she travels just needs to get a little more reach and a little more grab when she goes out and goes. But an awesome pattern, a really long body, long neck, a really attractive heifer that can follow our class winner. Heifer that rounds out in third. Maybe a little bit more terminal looking as compared to the two heifers in front of us. You'd probably like to suck her chest up into her a little bit and maybe just that would balance her out from her chest back to her flank. For me, that just throws her off a little bit when you get her out here today. But a big, stout, powerful cow that actually, when you get her out in the move, might be the soundest one in the class. Just probably needs to be changed in her type and kind for me a little bit today to move up any higher, but a really nice way to round out the class.
Results at class number 9 of your early yearling females. In first place goes to entry number 690, J-Boy Darby, exhibited by Tanner Butcher of LaRue. Second place to entry number 691, CLAC Hoot and Fancy 4, exhibited by Bristol Bates of Chandlersville. Third place to entry number 692, BMW DS Sunflower 31, exhibited by Macy Simpkins of Bidwell. Now entering the ring is class number 10 of your junior yearling females born January 1st through February 28th of 2025.
Another real competitive class of keys here. Heifer that we're going to lead off the class. So, boy, when this young lady gets her parked, you just love the thought, the style, and look. You love the way she attaches to the top side of her shoulder. She's real clean through that throat latch and neck, and just super level and square when you follow her out through her hip and all the way down to her leg. I love a lot about her. When you put her in motion, maybe like to just free her up just a little bit. But boy, that's getting pretty picky on a pretty nice heifer to lead out the class. Heifer that comes in second. I like a lot about her. She's big and broody and cowy, and you like that about her. You love her depth of body. And she just maybe doesn't have the hip and the muscle and the squareness and correctness out through that hip and all the way down to her pastern like the heifer in front of us does. But a big, stout, nice, broody type of heifer that follows the class winner. Heifer that comes to his third. You love the muscle shape this thing possesses, and she's packed full of red meat, and you love that about her. She's got a cowy look. Just maybe like to free her up off all four corners of her skeleton a little bit when she gets out and moved, and maybe just suck that shoulder and chest up into her a little bit. Same with the heifer that follows the class. Maybe just like to free her up all four corners. She just maybe wants to get a little wide and maybe a little upright in that shoulder. But a heifer that's super cowy, super big back. Yeah, I love the muscle that she possesses. One that's going to do real good out in production for the young lady. Congratulations.
Results at Class 10 of your junior yearling Kianina females. In first place goes to entry number 695, Sanders 42N, exhibited by Carly Sanders of Leesburg. Second place to entry number 693, JMS Zena's Laramie 5N, exhibited by Josie Shane of Castown. Third place to entry number 694, Campbell Co. Blondie, exhibited by Ava Oberschlink of Yellow Springs, Ohio. Fourth place, entry number 696, exhibited by Miley Seabrook of Kenton. Now exhibiting in the ring is Class 11 of your senior yearling females, born September 1st through December 31st of 2024.
Well, a really nice single entry September to follow up to close out our key show. One, you got to love that her amount of power and shape she has when you get right from behind. She's big, square pinned, and really wide hipped. You love that about her. She's great, big, monster footed and boned, and good enough looking through that front 1/3 for me. Today is plenty good enough. I guess I'd like to maybe just see her with a little bit more spring of rib for this point in her maturity and being this close to where she should be, Kevin. I'd just like to see her with a little bit more udder development, a little more spring of rib to be maybe just ideal for me today, but a really nice, big, stout, powerful type of cow for a single entry that can definitely stand some more competition. Congratulations.
Your Class 11 results. In first place goes to entry number 697, Ray B. Frosted Jalen. And also your bred known class winner is exhibited by Reagan Benneker of Hamilton. Now entering the ring will be the selection of your champion and reserve grand champion, Kianina female. First call, all Key Angus females to the makeup arena. First call, all Key Angus females to the makeup arena.
Let's put our hands together for a really awesome set of Key and heifers out here in our champion drive. As we get them out here and I start studying them a little closer, all as their all as counterparts out here, I guess there's maybe one for me that maybe surfaces to the top for me that I think does a lot of things right in my mind for what I'm looking for today. I guess if you hear me talking, I'm going to talk a lot of, I guess, freshness, and I'm a big stickler on having cattle that are fresh and in the proper condition and the proper maturity pattern. And I know that there'll be a little bit of give and take throughout the day, and you can't all make a perfect one. But that being said, I guess there's one for me out here that suits my bill quite a bit. And then from there back, I think it gets a little bit more competitive for reserve. But let's give these young exhibitors a great big round of applause again. I'll go show you the couple that I like today.
Congratulations, your grand champion, Keenita female out of class number 7 is entry 685, Emsal Hudad, exhibited by Madison Fisher of Somerset. Second call, all Key Angus females. Second call, all Key Angus females. Congratulations, your reserve grand champion, Keenita female, goes to entry number 695, Sanders 42N, exhibited by Carly Sanders of Leesburg. Congratulations to your grand champion, Bretton Junior Keenita female. Goods entry number 693, JMS Tina's Laramie 5N, exhibited by Josie Shane of Castown. Your reserve champion, Bretton Keenita female. Out of class number 11 goes to entry 697, Ray B. Frosted Jalen, exhibited by Reagan Beneker of Hamilton. Congratulations to our Keenita exhibitors. This is your third and final call. All Key Angus females. Third and final call. All Key Angus females. Attention, all Shorthorn and Shorthorn Plus exhibitors, you are now released to the viaducts. Once again, all Shorthorn and Shorthorn Plus exhibitors, you are now released. Attention all junior exhibitors, the swag shop will be open from 9:15 until 10:15 today only. Once again, junior exhibitors, the swag shop for you to get your swag bags will be open from 9:15 to 10:15.
Well, a couple of real nice Key Angus heifers here in our first class of this division. And I think two heifers that are maybe a little different in their types or kind, maybe a little difference in their maturity pattern, a little difference in how many days on feed it appears that they've had. But I think the heifer that starts out the class does so fairly handily in my mind. I love the power and the shape that she possesses when you get right up on her and her big hip. She's big hip, she's big top, she's big ended, carries it all the way down to a powerful stifle. And yet when you get from the side, still has plenty of dimension through her belly shape, and the spring of rib is incredible on this female for as young as she is. Just a really nice heifer that does a lot of things right. Heifer that's going to be a lot of fun down the road. A heifer that comes to his second just gives up some days on feed, just gives up a little bit of power and a little bit of mass and a little bit of chubbiness compared to the heifer in front of her. But I think a heifer, when she does finally decide to turn it on and get with the program, I love the way this thing's designed through her front 1/3. She's so elegant through her front 1/3. I love her head shape and her neck and the way she ties at the top side of her shoulder. You got to love that about her. Just needs a little bit more time and a little bit more maturity to catch up with the heifer in front of her, but a really nice heifer for the young lady.
First call, Class 2, 3, and 4. Gelvy, first call, Class 2, 3, and 4. Results from Class 2 of your Junior Key Angus show. In first place goes to entry number 699, Shakira's Diamond, exhibited by Autumn Biles of Laurelville. Second place and first place bred known class winner goes to entry number 698 to St. River, Why Not 120, exhibited by Kinsley Moore of Oak Harbor. Now exhibiting the ring is class number 3 of your junior female calves, born January 1st through February 28th of 2026.
Well, a really nice single entry at January heifer that comes to us here in our second class of keys. One that you got to admire her power and her width when from behind. You love that thing, the way that she's constructed through her feet and legs. Well, her shoulder lays into her real nice, and you love her neck and extension and her head shape. But you got like to change this heifer a little bit, maybe just like to tweak her spine a little bit when she gets on the move, just to relax her there. But I think a little bit of that probably is fighting the halter, being a younger calf like that. Just a really nice single entry for the young lady. That's going to be an awesome project down the road. Could definitely stand some more competition out here. Congratulations on a really nice single entry.
Second call, Class 2, 3, and 4. Gelvy, second call, Class 2, 3, and 4. Results of class number 3 of your Junior Key Angus show. In first place, and also your bred known class winner, goes to entry number 700, EGY Diamond into Rough 1, exhibited by Emma Yoakum of Hillsboro. Now entering the ring is class number 8 of your early spring yearling females, born April 2025.
A really competitive set. Heifers here in our next class of Key Angus. Heifer we're going to start out with, I guess, does so for me. I love her condition a little bit better than Heifer in front of her. She's probably bigger footed, bigger boned. I'm not saying that she uses them just perfect. Maybe just like to relax her off her hock just a little. But boy, you get this thing parked, and I love her the way her shoulder ties into her neck. She's high tying. She's really long and extended through that front 1/3. I'm not saying she's the trickiest neck through her throat latch, but that doesn't bother me today because she does so many things right from there back. I love the depth of body. Just does a lot of things right. A really nice heifer to start out the class. Heifer that comes loose behind her, just a little bit different type and kind. I just like to trim her up her condition. She's pushing a little bit too much condition down in her udder, and her bones are getting just a nickel big for me today for her maturity pattern. She's got a long time until she calves, and I just like to see her slimmed up just a little bit before she gets kicked out into production. And I think if you did slim her up, she'd probably handle those front two a little bit better when she gets out on the moves. Maybe just bring them a little closer together and maybe flex off her knee a little bit farther with a little bit more reach. But a big, nice, stout, broody cow for the young man.
Results of Class 8 of your early spring yearling Key Angus females. In first place goes to entry number 702, BMW Wynot 419N, exhibited by Wyatt Anders of Jamestown. Second place goes to entry number 701, Core Diamond 518N, exhibited by Chance Holly of Bowling Green. Now entering the ring is a selection of your Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Key Angus female. Third and final call, Class 2, 3, and 4, Gelvy. Third and final call, Class 2, 3, and 4, Gelvy.
Well, not a ton of numbers in our Key Angus division, but I think quality is definitely on par with everything we've seen today. Um, And I'm not going to lie, there's a couple heifers in here that got a little bit more age, a little bit more maturity on some of these younger ones. But that's nothing to take from these younger calves in these younger classes. I think a couple of these down the road, I think they give them a little bit of time, you give a little bit of maturity. They're definitely going to run right here with these bigger ones down the road. And they're going to be really awesome projects for these young exhibitors down the road. Definitely got a lot of future and a lot of potential in some of these younger calves. That being said, I think it comes down to this last heifer. I think she does a lot of things right. Young man in the cowboy hat, you're going to be my champion. And then we're going to follow up by the second in that class, young man in the red. He's going to be reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations, your grand champion Key Angus female out of class number 8 goes to entry 702, BMW Wynot 419N, exhibited by Wyatt Anders of Jamestown. Your reserve grand champion, junior Key Angus female, also out of class number 8, goes to entry 701, Core Diamond 518N, exhibited by Chance Holly of Bowling Green. Congratulations, your champion bred note Key Angus female out of class number 3 goes to tag 700, EGY Diamond and Rough One, exhibited by Emma Yoakum of Hillsboro. Your reserve champion bred known Key Angus female goes to entry number 698 to St. River Wynot 120, exhibited by Kinsley Moore of Oak Harbor. Congratulations to our Key Angus exhibitors. Attention to the barns, your first call, Class 5 and 6. Gelvy, first call, Class 5 and 6. Second call, class 5 and 6, Gelfie. Second call, class 5 and 6.
An awfully nice single entry here to start off our Gelfie division. Young red heifer here that patterns up super nice from the side. She's got plenty of length and extension through that front 1/3. She steps down on some nice feet and some nice legs. One that, as you read her down the road, looks like she's going to mature really well in the center portion of her body and the way her shoulder lays into. Just a really nice young one to start out this division. Really could handle a lot more competition, but a fun project for that young one down the road.
Kicking off your Junior Gelfie show, your results from class number 2 of your spring female calves. In first place goes to entry number 703, Peaches, exhibited by Libby Nicely of Norwich, and also your bred-known class winner. Now entering the ring is class number 3 of your junior female calves, born January 1st through February 28th of 2026. Third and final call, class 5 and 6, Gelfie. Third and final call, class 5 and 6.
Another nice trio of young heifers in our next class of Gelvies. I guess the heifer we're going to start out with, I guess I love the way she ties out of the top side of her neck as compared to the heifers behind her in class. She just wants to get a little more extended up through that front 1/3 for me, and I like that about her. She also patterns up with a nice rib cage, nice springer rib, some capacity. Heifer that reads down the road like she's going to make a whale of a cow for that young man. Heifer that comes to us next, maybe she gives up a little bit of maturity and from her shoulders back. You maybe like to just drop her in her flank a little bit, but she is young and she is in the good condition. I love her squareness of hip, and she sets down on a real good feet and legs. Maybe just needs a little bit more depth compared to the heifer in front of her today, but one that you read out as far as a cow goes. That thing's going to make a whale of a project down the road. Heifer that rounds out the class maybe just wants to get a little lower tie and look at for me. Maybe just like to elevate her out of the top side of her shoulder, give her a little more length. But boy, from her shoulders back, you love the depth and the capacity and the power that thing possesses. Just needs to be elevated a little bit in the front 1/3, but a real nice heifer to round out a nice competitive class of young Gelfie heifers.
Results of class number 3 of your junior female Kelvy calves. In first place goes, and also your bred down class winner, goes to entry 704 KVEE Petunion, exhibited by Jackson Nicely of Norwich. Second place, and your second place bred and owned, goes to entry number 705 KVEE Penelope, exhibited by Lily Nicely of Norwich. Third place, entry number 706 MV Miss Pearl Moon 4, exhibited by Robert Brooks of Hillsborough. Now exhibiting in the ring is class number 4 of your winner female calves, born November 1st through December 31st of 2025.
Two more nice fall-born heifers that come to us next. Heifer going to start out the class with, I guess for me today, she just patterns up a little bit nicer when you get back from the side. I think both heifers are sound enough on their feet and legs, and I don't think that's really an issue between either one of them. I guess for me today, she just maybe lays her shoulder into her a little better, and maybe just ties out of the top side of her neck, and just a little bit more elegant through that front 1/3 as compared to the heifer behind us. I think a really nice heifer for the young lady. Just a really nice patterned up heifer that gets out and goes really good. Heifer that comes to us next maybe just doesn't have the style and the correctness up front as compared to the heifer, and that leads off the class, and maybe just pushing the limits of size for her age. Maybe just like to tone her down in a maturity pattern a little bit, but a big, stout, broody made type of a heifer that's going to be a fun one down the road for the young man.
First call, class 9, 10, and 11 Kelvy. First call, class 9, 10, and 11. Results of class number 4 of your winner female calves in your junior Kelvy show. In first place, and also your bred down class winner, goes to entry number 707 CHFM Juju, exhibited by Ava Dagger of Cable. Second place goes to entry number 720 Butler's Miss Nautica 386N, exhibited by Brock Nicely of Norwich. Now exhibiting in the ring is class number 5 of your senior female calves, born September 1st through October 31st of 2025. Second call, Class 9, 10, and 11 Gelby. Second call, Class 9, 10, and 11.
Well, a real deep set of heifers here in our next class of Gelvies. A little bit all over the board as far as types and kinds go, and I think a guy could definitely go some several different ways. But I guess for me, kind of what I'm emphasizing today, I guess the heifer we're going to start out with does so just as far as like her length of body, her length of neck, how fresh she is in her condition. She just, for me, she reads down the road with her maturity pattern that come as a big one next year. I just think this thing's going to do a lot of things right. I love the way she ties into her shoulder and she comes right out of the top side of her neck. I love that about her. She's ultra feminine through that head and neck. Just patterns up real nice. Is she the stoutest one in the class? No, I'm not going to tell you she's overly powerful, but for me, she's powerful enough for being a younger heifer. For me, just reads down the road as far as maturity and how she's going to mature into a big one. I just love a lot of things about her. Really nice heifer to start out the class. Heifer that comes to us next is a bigger frame type of a heifer. She's probably got some pounds and some more weight and muscle compared to the heifer in front of us. I just maybe like to clean her up through that front 1/3 a little bit. I know probably for breed average, I'd say it's good enough or better than good enough. But for me today, I just wish she'd pattern up a little bit nicer as compared to the heifer in front of her. But a big, stout, wide-ended type of a heifer. Really nice place to go in second on this class. A dark red heifer that comes to us next maybe just gets a little bit more restricted in her movement as compared to the heifers in front of her. But when she gets stopped, I love her length and extension of her neck. She ties out to a really nice hip and big square-ended. Maybe like to just refine her and her bone work a little bit as compared to the heifers in front of her, but a really nice project for the young lady. Heifer that rounds out the class just gives up a little bit of style and pizzazz and maybe just doesn't quite have the show ring look as compared to the heifers in front of her, but a big, stout, broody made type of a cow that's going to be a nice project for the young lady. Congratulations.
Results of Class 5 of your senior female calf class. In first place goes to entry number 709, MV Naomi, 258N, exhibited by Haley Cornett of Hillsboro. Second place goes to entry number 710, Butler's Miss Nalani, 150N, exhibited by Brooke Nicely of Norwich. Third place, entry number 708, KV Tumbleweed Nyla, exhibited by Libby Nicely of Norwich. Fourth place, entry number 711, exhibited by Ava Dagger of Cable, Ohio. Now entering the ring is class number 6 of your summer yearling females born July 1st through August 31st of 2025. Once again, your third and final call, Class 9, 10, and 11 Gelby. Third and final call, Class 9, 10, and 11.
Well, a super competitive heifer that comes to us here in our as a single entry in our Gelby class. One that can definitely stand some more competition. When this young lady gets this heifer parked, she really comes out of the top side of her neck really well and really lays her shoulder into her nice. She's super elegant through that head shape, and I love the way she's shaped through her pole all the way down to her nose. I like a lot about her. She's long body, she's good hip. Just does a lot of things right for me today. A really nice young heifer for the young lady. Definitely going to be fun to get her back out here in the Grand Drive. Congratulations.
Your Class 6 results. In first place goes to entry number 712, TJB Veronica, 515C, exhibited by Ava Dagger of Cable, Ohio. Now entering the ring is class number 9 of your early yearling females born March of 2025.
Well, an interesting trio of heifers here in our March division of Gelvies. When they all three exhibitors get these parked and you study them from the side profile, you could probably make an argument for going a couple different ways in this class because there are a couple of them maybe pattern up just a little bit nicer from the side profile. But boy, in my mind, when you set them into motion, the one we're going to start off the class with just separates herself to the top of the class fairly handily in my mind. She's more correct in her knee shape. She's more correct in her shoulder angle. She really gets it out and extends off both ends of her skeleton extremely well, and she's long-bodied and good-looking. Maybe not quite just the hair and presentation that a couple of these behind her have, but boy, when you really start studying skeletal structure and integrity, this one, I guess, does so fairly handily in my mind, and just that's why she separates herself to the top of the class for me today. Heifer that comes in second, when she does get stopped, maybe patterns up the nicest of any heifer. She's extremely good looking through that front 1/3, and she's typey, and I love the way she ties out of the top side of her neck. Just when you get her in motion, she just wants to struggle too much for me today. She maybe wants to get just a little high in her spine, maybe duck her pins just a little bit, fight and halter, but a really pattern up, nice heifer, kind of a unique individual. Heifer that comes to us third, maybe just like to tone her down her condition for me today. And I guess if you did so, I think she might maybe get out and be able to move just a little bit better than me for today, but just gets a little too restricted off both ends of her skeleton. And like I said, maybe just tone her down her condition for her maturity level as she is today.
Your Class 9 results of your Junior Gelbvieh show. In first place goes to entry number 713, Ohio MV Miss Betty, B17N, exhibited by Haley Cornett of Hillsboro. Second place to entry number 715, VLK Cody, N547, exhibited by Delayla Lauber of Hillsboro. Third place, entry number 714, VLK Nora, exhibited by Lexi Rittenhouse of New Carlisle. Now entering the ring is class number 10 of your junior yearling females born January 1st through February 28th of 2025.
Well, a nice classic Gelvies here, and I guess when we start studying them, I'm just going to leave them how they came into the ring. Heifer that with a young man that starts out the class balances up maybe a little bit better from the side profile for me. She possesses a little bit more rib and capacity through that center portion of her body for me today, and still has plenty of power and muscle, and probably gets out and moves as free as easy as anything in the class. Just a combination heifer to lead off does a lot of things right in my mind today. Heifer that comes in next, I love the structural integrity of this heifer. She's long-bodied. She gets around, goes real good. Maybe just like to balance her up on the side profile. Maybe like to drop that flank a little bit, and maybe the center portion of her body as compared to the heifer in front of her. But I love her length and extension through that front 1/3, and still gets out and goes with plenty of reach off both ends. Heifer that comes to us next, maybe cut from the same cloth to the heifer in front of her. Maybe they just like to clean her up through her front 1/3, and maybe that would help her balance her from her navel back to her udder for me today. But heifer that, you got to appreciate the amount of substance that she has at the ground. Still goes out in goods, just maybe not quite the style and pizzazz as some of the heifers in front of her. Like I said, maybe just like clean her front 1/3 up for me today, but a really nice heifer for the young man. Heifer that rounds out the class, maybe like to just clean her up in her condition level today. Maybe just pushing a little bit too much fat over that front shoulder, and maybe just gets a little rounder as compared to the other heifers. But one that you take her out in pasture and lean her up a little bit is going to go down the road and make a whale of a cow for the young lady. Congratulations.
Your Class 10 results, your junior yearling healthy females in first place goes to entry number 716, Ohio MV Natalia, age 210, and exhibited by Robert Brooks of Hillsboro. Second place, and also your bred known class winner, goes to entry number 717, KVEE Nina, 534N, exhibited by Brooke and Nicely of Norwich. Third place and second place bred note in class goes to entry number 718, KVEE Nelly, 539N, exhibited by Braxton Nicely of Norwich. Fourth place, entry number 719, exhibited by Lily Nicely of Norwich. Now entering the ring is class number 11 of your senior yearling females, born September 1st through December 31st of 2024.
Well, heifer going to lead out to start this class within our final class of Gelvies here. I guess so does so fairly handily in my mind. You love the rib and capacity and shape that this thing possesses. She's built real square out through her hip and out through her rump. Love that about her. She gets down and goes with enough ease and fluidity for me today. One that's nice to go up and an udder that looks good, looks like she's going to calve here. at appropriate time of the fall. Just a really nice way to start out the class for the young lady. Heifer that comes to us next maybe just gives up a little bit of style as compared to the heifer in front of us. You'd like to maybe fix her hip, maybe just pick her pin set up a little bit and maybe stouten her up as compared to the heifer that wins, but a really nice cow that's making a nice udder for the young lady. And the heifer that comes to us next, nice cow prospect, maybe just gets a little overpowered by two really nice ones ahead of the class, but one that's going to be real great in production for the young lady. Congratulations.
Attention in the barns, AOB and crossbreds, you are now released to the viaducts. Attention in the barns, AOBs and crossbreds, you are now released to the viaducts. Your Class 11 results of your senior yearling Gelfie females. In first place goes to entry number 723, Anessa 6132E, exhibited by Ava Dagger of Cable, Ohio. Second place to entry number 721, and your bred-known class winner goes to KVEE Montana 433M, exhibited by Brooke Nicely of Norwich. Third place, and also your second place bred-known in class, goes to entry number 722, KVEE Morgan 447M, exhibited by Betsy Nicely of Norwich. Now entering the ring is a selection of your Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Gelfie female. First call, Class 4 and 5 limousine. First call, Class 4 and 5. First call, Class 8 limousine. First call, Class 8.
Well, I'd say the Gelfie breed in this state is definitely alive and well. One of the bigger breeds that we've had to do today, and one of the more challenging decisions I probably had to make out here all day. I'm not going to go through and talk every one of them. I don't claim to be an expert Gelfie breeder, I guess, but I do think that there are several out here that represent this breed awfully well. And I know that several of these could go on and compete at a national level on down the road. I think there's some really high-end individuals, and it's going to be fun to see what these things do as far as competing down the road when you get to the fall and majors and that kind of thing. Just all the way down to these young calves. I think come this time next year, some of these younger ones definitely going to be competing out here as far as the champion drive goes. It's going to be fun to watch those mature. Let's put our hands together for a really awesome set of Gelvies, and I'm going to go show you the couple that I like today.
Congratulations, your grand champion Gelmvie female on a class number 5 goes to entry number 709, MV Naomi 258N, exhibited by Haley Cornett of Hillsboro. Congratulations to reserve grand champion Gelmvie female out of class number 5 goes entry 710. Butler's Miss Nalani 150N, exhibited by Brooke Nicely of Norwich. Attention to the barns, your second call, class 4, 5, and 8 limousine, second call, class 4, 5, and 8. Congratulations, your champion, bred and owned Gelnvie female out of class number 4 goes to entry 707 CHFM in 2638. Juju, exhibited by Ava Dagger of Cable, Ohio. Your reserve champion, bred and owned Gelnvie female goes to entry number 703. Peaches, exhibited by Libby Nicely of Norwich. Congratulations, Gelnvie exhibitors. Third and final call, Class 4, 5, and 8 limousine. Third and final call, Class 4, 5, and 8.
Well, what a way to start out our first class of limousine here. I guess the heifer that we're going to start out the class with just kind of separates herself to the top fairly handily. I love this thing's style and extension. I love the way she's so feminine up through that front 1/3. She's petite in her head work. She's flat in her shoulder. I love that about her. I love the angle to her leg. Is she just as stout and powerful as the heifer behind her? No, she's not. But I guess today she's so fresh and so feminine. I love that about her. Just an awfully nice way to start out what hopefully is going to be a fun breed to judge. A heifer that comes to his second. I want to take nothing away from her because she is an awesome heifer in her own right. I love her extension through her neck. She's so tying, and she does that. I'd like to maybe just set her back on her shoulder a little bit and maybe just smooth her up. But, boy, you want to talk about a big middled, big, stout, powerful Indochina one that also has some feminine look to that front 1/3. I just love that about that heifer. Just runs into a really tough one at the top end of that class. And heifer that rounds out the class here, just a really nice cow prospect for the young lady. Maybe doesn't quite have the extra bells and whistles that some of those up towards the front have, but you love her bone work, you love her power, you love her length of body. Just runs into a really tough class. Congratulations on a really fun way to start a breed.
First call, Class 9, 10, and 11 limousine. First call, Class 9, 10, and 11. Your results at Class 4 of your Junior Limousine Show. In first place goes to entry 725, EDLW Lady Victoria 51N, exhibited by Livia Ryan of Coshocton. Second place in class and your first place bred known goes to entry 724, DLEH Natty, exhibited by Delayla Lauber of Hillsboro. Third place, entry number 726, DLEH Nelly, exhibited by Kennedy Hamilton of Hillsboro. Now entering the ring is Class 5 of your senior female calves, born September 1st through October 31st of 2025. Second call, Class 9, 10, and 11 limousine. Second call, Class 9, 10, and 11.
Boy, what a unique individual that we have that comes to us here to lead off our class. You want to talk about one that's massive boned and massive footed. The circumference of her foot is just incredible. I love that about her, and she's still feminine enough through that front 1/3. Doesn't bother me a bit, and she's still got enough presence. I guess if I want to change this one just a little bit, when she gets away walking from you, as big and stout as she is in her hip and muscle pattern, she maybe wants to just get a little closed in from behind. I'd like to maybe give her just a little bit of width and spread on those back rear too, but boy, that's getting awfully picky on one that just screams donor cow. Just an outlier for the breed, just a really fun one to evaluate and give my 2 cents on. However, that comes into us next, maybe just follows type and kind a little bit better as compared to the heifer that wins. She's got a little more muscle as compared to the heifer behind her. A little shorter backed. I like that about her. If I'd like to change her, maybe just level up her hip and maybe pick her pin set up just a little bit as compared to the heifer behind her. But that being said, she probably just overpowers her as far as muscle and mass and power and just broodiness as compared to the heifer ahead of us. Really nice heifer, just runs into a really tough one at the top end of that class. Heifer that rounds out, I love her condition. She's super fresh. She's super long-bodied. She's feminine through that front 1/3. I'd like to maybe the way she handles her spine just a little bit when she gets out on the move, but one that patterns up super nice, and I love her condition in her pattern. Probably just needs a little bit more condition as compared to the heifers in front of her today. A little more days on feed and maturity, but I love the way that thing patterns up from the side profile. A really nice heifer to round out a really tough classic limousine heifers.
Results at class number 5 of your senior female calves and your junior limousine show. First place goes to entry number 727, TASF Night Cam 68N, exhibited by Hayden Kaufman of Salesville. Second place goes to entry number 729, Boy J Juicy 224N, exhibited by Coy Ellington of Louisville. Third place, entry number 728, WJVH Natalie, exhibited by Rayleigh Cousins of Nashport. Now exhibiting in the ring is class number 8 of your early spring yearling females born April 2025. Your third and final call, class 9, 10, and 11. Limousine, third and final call, class 9, 10, and 11.
Well, I tell you what, if this limousine breed keeps bringing me ones like these out of these first 3 classes, boy, this gray and drive is going to look pretty fun out here. Heifer we're going to lead off to start the class with. I love so. When you get her parked, she's so square and true in her lines. I love the angle to her back leg. She sets down on it with plenty of cushion. If I want to nitpick this heifer, I'd maybe like to slim her up in her condition, maybe just a little bit. Maybe just wanting to push a little bit of fat up in front of her shoulder. But that's getting pretty picky on one that just gives you the look and gives you the power and the muscle and the belly and everything that goes along with it. Really nice way to start out the class. Heifer that comes to us next maybe just gets a little bit more coarse. as compared to the heifer in front of her. I love the way she's chiseled up through that front 1/3. She's big and stout and powerful through her top and carries it down to a big stifle all the way to the ground. Like I said, if I want to change this heifer as compared to the heifer in front of her, just lay her shoulder into her a little bit more. Maybe he wants to get just a nickel course through that heart and forerib for me today as compared to the heifer in front of her, but a big, stout, powerful, huge bone Kaiba heifer that's going to be fun to breed on down the road. And heifer that rounds out the class is no slouch in her own right. Like a lot about this heifer. I'd like to really just clean her up, freshen her up in her condition a little bit. She's pressing a little bit of chest, and it just throws her balance off a little bit from the side. And I think if you did shuck some poundage off of her, I think it might let her get out and move a little bit free and easier as compared to the two ahead of her. But you got to appreciate things power and her bone structure, and her feet and legs are really, really good. Just probably needs to be slimmed up a little bit for me today. But a really nice heifer to round out a really powerful class of limousines.
Results at Class number 8 of your Junior Limousine Show. In first place goes to entry number 730, Chris None Other, and exhibited by Peyton Kaufman of Salesville. Second place, entry number 731, Lady E35N, exhibited by Emma Yoakum of Hillsboro. Third place, entry number 732, Red Brick Picante 49N, exhibited by Livia Wright of Coshocton. Now entering the ring is Class number 9 of your early yearling females, born March 2025.
Another nice class of limousine that come to us next, and I think they kind of sort themselves out relatively easy in my mind. The heifer we're going to start with, I love her length of body. She's so attractive through that front 1/3. She's level and square out through her hip. I love that about her. When you put her in motion, she's maybe just getting a little tight in their spine and maybe doesn't want to just handle it perfectly. But I'd say this one's on the verge of being plenty too full for me today. I think if you suck a little bit of fullness off of her, I think she'd handle that spine a lot better and get out and move a little bit free and easier. But I love their angles to her legs. She looks like she should go. Like I said, I think she's just a little full today, and it's affecting her spine when she gets out and goes. But a really nice, long-bodied, really attractive young female. I really like a lot about that heifer. Heifer that comes to us next, really good cow prospect in her own right. Nothing to take away from the heifer that the young lady has. Just doesn't have quite the look and the bells and whistles and the extras that the heifer in front of her has. But you got to appreciate her feet and legs and her body and their mass and everything. Just looks like she's going to go out and make a heck of a production cow for the young lady down the road. Congratulations on a nice pair.
Your Class 9 results of your junior limousine show. In first place, entry number 733, Haynes TSL Hollywood 520, exhibited by Elena Graft of Middletown. Second place, entry number 734, I'm a Lucky Girl, exhibited by Bellamy Ellington of Louisville. Now entering the ring is class number 10 of your junior yearling females, born January 1st through February 28th of 2025.
A really nice trio of limousines comes to us next. Heifer, we're going to start out with, I love the length and extension to her front 1/3. I love her head shape in her neck and how tidy is she do that through that throat latch. I love that about her. She's long-bodied. I love the squareness and levelness of her hip. She comes down on a really good set of feet and legs and gets out and travels really free and easy. And I love it when you put her into motion that way. Just a really nice, complete heifer to start out the class, one that I like quite a bit. Heifer that comes to us next follows type and kind of the heifer that we use to start the class a little bit. Like I said, tidiness through her neck and head. I love that about her. She's long and square. I'd like to suck her tail head down into her just a little bit, and when she gets on the move, maybe once she just a nickel weaker in her loin, and I'd like to change that about her. But a long, pretty, really flat-shouldered one that I really like. Like I said, just maybe change a couple nitpicky things about it, but a really nice heifer to follow up in second. Heifer that comes to us third, boy, you want to talk about a brood cow. This thing is big and stout and powerful. I love that about her. She is so stout at the ground and gets out and goes. I guess I'd like to just change her shoulder and her neck shape a little bit, set her crest down into her a little bit better. But boy, I tell you what, you want to talk about one that's going to be fun to go take out in the pasture and breed on. I just love a lot about that thing. Like I said, just needs a few more bells and whistles and maybe a little bit more style and pizzazz as compared to the heifers in front of her. But a really awesome third place heifer for the young lady.
Results of Class 10 of your junior yearling limousine females. First place, entry number 735, Camel Betty 12N, exhibited by Grace Tuttle of Springfield. Second place, entry number 736, Carissa, exhibited by Dally Sparks of Barnesville. Third place, entry number 737, RICR Shella, exhibited by Braley Houseworth of Chillicothe. Now exhibiting in the ring is Class 11 of your summer yearling females, born September 1st through December 31st of 2024.
Man, I can't tell you enough how fun it's going to be when we get all these heifers out here for the champion limousine lineup. Here's another just awesome heifer that comes to us here as a big senior yearling. I love the capacity and the rib cage on this thing that she possesses. She's so bold. She's so deep. I love that about her. Yet she still ties it all together in an attractive enough package. She's properly conditioned for her size and her age. I love that about her. She's starting to make a nice udder, which you got to appreciate that too, being a senior yearling. Just a really fun one. That's going to be fun to evaluate to her contemporaries out here when we get her back out for a champion drive. Heifer that comes to us next, probably a little bit more different type and kind as compared to the heifer that leads off the class. This one's packed full of muscle. She's big and wide and really ties high in behind her shoulder. You love that about her. She's square all the way out through her hip and follows it down to a big stifle and just a ton of muscle on that one. Maybe just not quite the capacity in the rib shape as compared to the heifer in front of her, but a really nice one for the young man. Congratulations.
Results at Class 11 of your summer yearling limousine females. First place goes to entry number 738, ELCX Miranda 461M, exhibited by Delayla Lauber of Hillsboro. Second place, entry number 739, Red Brick Lady GG 12M, exhibited by Benson Wright of Coshocton. Now entering the ring is a selection of your champion and reserve champion limousine female. Attention the barns, your first call, Class 3, 7 and 8, man and Jew. First call, Class 3, 7 and 8, man and Jew.
Well, excuse me for taking a little extra time on this champion lineup out here, but holy cow, there is some tough decisions to be made, and I'm here to tell you that I'm not telling you I'm doing it right, and I still don't know what I'm going to do for 100% sure, but I know that there's going to be some excellent cattle that can compete at a national level anywhere in the country that are going to go home without a banner, and that's a shame because this is one heck of a lineup out here. Top to bottom, the whole division has just been incredible. Starting all the way with the calves, all the way up to the big senior yearlings. It makes it fun when you get out here and can evaluate this type of cattle. And I'm not telling you, like I said, I'm not telling you I know everything, but I kind of got to put my emphasis on what I believe in and what I think. And if you don't get picked, definitely don't hang your head because these are some excellent cattle. And just because I didn't choose them today doesn't mean they're not going to go do a bunch of winning down the road. Let's give everyone a great big round of applause out here for this champion limousine. I'll go show you the ones I like today.
Second call, Class 3, 7 and 8, man and Jew. Second call, Class 3, 7 and 8. Congratulations, your grand champion junior limousine female from class 11 goes to tag number 738, ELCX Miranda 461M, exhibited by Delayla Lauber of Hillsboro. Congratulations, your reserve grand champion junior limousine female out of class number 5 goes to entry 727, TASF Nightcap 68N, exhibited by Hayden Kaufman of Salesville. Third and final call, class 3, 7, and 8, Maine and Jew. Third and final call, class 3, 7, and 8. Third and final call, Class 3, 7, and 8, Maine and Jew. Third and final call, Class 3, 7, and 8. First call, Class 10, Maine's first call, Class 10, Maine and Jew.
A nice, real young pair of heifers here to start out our main division. Heifer going to lead off with, I think, just maybe a little bit more of a feminine-looking package as far as when we look at that maternal look about them. I think that she just has a little bit more bold sprung, a little bit more appropriately proportioned in the center portion of her body. I like that about her, but she's still got plenty of muscle and still got that feminine look. I love the way she ties out of the top side of her neck. Just a really nice heifer to start out this class. Heifer that follows up in second, maybe just a little bit more terminal looking for me today. I'd like to drop her in her belly shape and really lower her in her flank for me as compared to the heifer in front of her. But boy, you want to talk about one long-necked, one good-looking animal that's long-bodied, got some big feet and legs underneath her, just needs to be softened up through the center portion of her body today as compared to the heifer that wins the class. But a nice way to start out this main division.
Results of class number 3 of your junior Maine and Jew junior female calves. In first place goes to entry number 741, Norna, exhibited by Otto Suter of Xenia. Second place to entry number 742, Bossy Black Scarlet, exhibited by Blake Osborne of Lynchburg. Now exhibiting in the ring is class number 7 of your spring yearling females born May 1st through June 30th of 2025. This is your second call, class 10, second call, class 10, Maine and Jew.
A nice single entry that comes to us next, a Mayborn. Boy, she is a stout individual here. She is really wide-backed and wide-pinned and carries a lot of muscle all the way down through her rump and into her stifle and carries it all the way down to the ground. She has a big feet and legs, and she uses them fairly well when she gets out on the move. Maybe just wants to, I'd like to maybe just relax her in her shoulder maybe just a little bit and let her set her knee back into her but that's getting pretty picky on a big, stout, powerful made one. A really nice single entry that could stay in some more competition. Congratulations.
Once again, Class Main and Jew, your class is getting ready to enter the ring. Class 8, Main and Jew, you should be in the Walton Auction Company Makeup Arena. Caleb Minzy to the Makeup Arena, your class is entering the ring. Caleb Minzy to the Makeup Arena. Third and final call, Class 10, Main and Jew. Third and final call, Class 10, Main and Jew.
A really big, nice, deep set of main heifers that comes to us next. Heifer we're going to start out the class with, I guess it's kind of the combination of heifers out here. She's probably not the stoutest one out here, but I do love her freshness of condition. I love her length of body. She ties really high through that neck, and that chest is nice and sucked back up into her. And like I said, and when you get her out on move, she's probably the soundest one out here in the class, which kind of separates her even farther to the top of the class. Just a really nice heifer to start out with. However, that comes to us next, a little bit different in her type and kind. She's got way more muscle. She's packed full of it. She's big-hipped and big-ended. I love that about her. I'd like to maybe slim her up in her condition a little bit today for me, and maybe just set that tail head back down into her. But a big, stout, powerful heifer that I think if she just had a few pounds shucked off of her would get out and go just a little bit easier in terms of the class winner. But a really nice heifer. Heifer that comes to us next, I really love the pattern of this heifer. She's ultra feminine through that front 1/3. Her shoulder lays into her awesome and neat and comes right out of the top side of her neck. I guess for me today, she just gets a little off on her hip and maybe just wants to get a little round looking out here as compared to the two heifers in front of her. But I do love the feet and legs under that thing. They're big and bendy, and I love that about her. Like I said, just maybe need to square her up a little bit today to get her to move any higher. But a really nice heifer in a really tough class. Heifer that comes to us next, probably just a little bit farther in condition than she needs to be today. I'd like to slim her up through that shoulder and chest a little bit, and I think that'd make her just a little bit neater through that front 1/3 and maybe make her balance a little bit better. But she is big and stout and rugged built. Going to make it a really nice cow prospect for that young man going down the road when you get her out into production. And the two heifers that follow up next, a little bit bigger framed heifers probably need to be just a little bit deeper in the center portion of their body, drop their flanks a little bit as comparison to the front 1/3. Big stylish heifer that goes through us with the white flank. I just need to free her up off her rear end of her skeleton. Just gets a little too crooked legged for me in the back. And the same with the heifer that goes next. I'd like to maybe just elevate her in her hip a little bit and maybe wants to duck her pins, but a big stout rugged built one. Two really nice heifers to round out an awesome head of heifers for this main division.
Results at class number 7 of your spring yearling females. In first place, entry number 743, Jesse, exhibited by James Myers of Pataskla. Your Class 8 results, your early spring yearling females. In first place goes to entry number 744, JWC Sally, exhibited by Delayla Lauber of Hillsboro. Second place to entry number 746, MCCF Glory, exhibited by Brody Bolin of Ashland. Third place to entry number 747, MSC Tammy Joe, exhibited by City Leisure of Woodsfield. Fourth place in your Brett Known class winner goes to entry number 750, MJCC Nova, exhibited by Mason Jolliffe of Kenton. Fifth place entry number 748, exhibited by Kinley Singrist of Coldwater. Sixth place entry number 745, exhibited by Blaine Evans of Dover. Now exhibiting in the ring is class 10 of your junior yearling females for January 1st through February 28th of 2025.
Oh, sorry, I took a little longer out here, folks. I guess to me is kind of a tough decision. When this first heifer hit the ring, I guess she maybe just wasn't loosened up and maybe fighting the halter a little bit because I didn't know what her structure, if it was good enough for me. But the more she's out here and the more you get her moving around, she limbers up. And I'm not going to sit here and tell you she's the soundest heifer I've seen all day. But for what she does, the way she ties it all together, when she stops, holy cow, you cannot hardly draw one any better than that. I love the way she is so extended through the top side of her neck. She comes right out of the top of her shoulder and so elegant and pretty through that head and neck. Carries it all the way. She's huge, big middled, huge bold sprung heifer. Just does a lot of things right. Like I said, I'd still like to maybe free her up just a nickel on the move. But the longer she's out here, the better she starts moving and loosened up. Just a really unique animal to start out the class. Heifer that comes next maybe just fits type inclined with the heifer that wins just a little bit better, a little bit more elegant through the top side of her neck. I love that about her. I would maybe like to clean her chest up a little bit and maybe just like to see her get out and move just a nickel better off her front too. Maybe once I just paddle a little bit. But I do love the elevation out of her neck, and I love the squareness of hip and still got plenty of power on the young man that does a great job showing her. Heifer that comes to us next, maybe not just my type and kind. I guess I'd like to just flatten her out in her muscle shape a little bit. Maybe like to drop her in the center portion of her body. Maybe just gets a little streamlined looking for me. Maybe not so much just depth, maybe just body shape is what maybe I'd like to change about her. But boy, she is humongous feet and big-legged. I love that about her, and she's still got plenty of good look. Does a lot of things right. Maybe not just quite as elegant for me today as compared to the two in front of her, but a really awesome heifer in her own right. A really fun one for the young lady to have. And the heifer that comes in last just kind of runs into a buzzsaw of a class. Nothing that you really want to hate about her, but she is big and bold. She is humongous legged and sets down on a huge set of feet. You got to love that about her, and long-bodied. Maybe just like to free her up when she's moving off her rear too a little bit as compared to her contemporaries, but a big, stout, powerful made type of heifer. Let's put our hands together for a real stout class of main heifers.
Attention to the barns, your first call, Class 3, 7, 8, and 9, Main Angus. First call, Class 3, 7, 8, and 9. Results from Class 10 of your Junior Yearling Main and Jew females. In first place goes entry number 754, GMCC3N, exhibited by Lucy Cole of West Liberty. Second place to entry number 752, NSSC Millie 76N, exhibited by McCoy Klingeman of Lima. Third place, entry number 751, TJSC Diamond 203N, exhibited by Caroline Rinkus of Adena. Fourth place, entry number 753, exhibited by Reese Toller of Bidwell. Now exhibiting in the ring is a selection of your Grand and Reserve Grand Champion, Main and Jew female. Second call, Class 3, 7, 8, and 9, Main Angus. Second call, Class 3, 7, 8, and 9.
Well, as we get our champion lineup out here in our main division, I think there's some really awesome heifers out here that are in the contention all the way down from our young calf. What a really nice way to start out this division, one that's going to go down the road and be really fun for that young man. Going to be super competitive down the road when you get here to be a big bred here next year. It's going to be fun to see how that one matures. Just a really nice heifer all the way down to our big heifer. Like I talked in that class, a tough class, and definitely some decisions to be made when I get out here. I think it comes down to a trio of them. And after that, I think it still holds its own very well. Let's put our hands together for a real tough class of main Anjus, and I'll go show you the ones I like today.
Congratulations, your grand champion main and Jew female out of class number 10 goes to entry 754, GMCC 3N, exhibited by Lucy Cole of West Liberty. Your reserve grand champion, main and Jew female out of the same class, goes to entry 752, NSSC Millie 76N, exhibited by McCoy Klingeman of Lima. Third and final call, Class 3, 7, 8, and 9, main Angus. Third and final call, Class 3, 7, 8, and 9. First call, Class 10, Main Angus. First call, Class 10. Second call, Class 10, Main Angus. Second call, Class 10, Main Angus.
A nice pair of heifers to start out our main Angus division. Heifer we're going to lead off with. I just think maybe he does so a little bit cleaner and neater package as compared to the heifer behind her. She ties really high out of the top side of her neck. I love that about her. She's ultra fresh and feminine through that front 1/3. She's got a big, bold rib cage, and I like that about her. Gets out and moves really good, free and easy. Just a really nice heifer to start out this class. A heifer that comes out in second, she's no slouch in her own right, just maybe doesn't possess the capacity and the rib shape and the power that the heifer in front of her does. But I love her length of body and I love her extension of neck, and still gets out and moves free and easy on the travel. Just kind of gets overpowered by a really nice heifer to start out this main Angus division. Congratulations.
Results at class number 3 of your junior female main Angus calves. In first place goes to entry number 756, Maggie, exhibited by Owen Suter of Xenia. Second place to entry number 755, BRCU Loretta, 631P, exhibited by Braden Cummings of Hillsboro. Now entering the ring is class number 7 of your spring yearling females born May 1st through June 30th of 2025. This is your third and final call, class 10, main Angus. Third and final call, class 10.
Oh, a nice single entry comes to us next to our second class of main Angus. Heifer you got to admire on her length of body and her length of neck. I like that about her. For me out here, she may be just pushing a little bit condition down in her udder and up in front of her shoulder just a little bit for me today. And I think maybe just to suck a little bit of that back off of her. But you got to appreciate her length of body and her feet and legs. Gets out and moves and real good. And I love the levelness and squareness of her hip. Just does a lot of things right. Like I said, just to maybe slip her back in her condition just a little bit for me today. But a really nice single entry that could definitely stay in some more competition. Congratulations, young lady.
Your Class 7 results of your junior main Angus show. In first place goes entry number 757, TJSC Lucky Lady 123N, exhibited by Jillian Brown of Louisville. Now exhibiting the ring is class number 8 of your early spring yearling females born April 2025.
Oh, big stout heifer here that comes to us is another single entry and wanting to fight the halter a little bit. Probably be a little more comfortable with some more heifers out here. So I won't be too critical on her, and we'll get a good look at her when she gets out here for a champion lineup. But definitely one that's got some power and some substance. You love that about her. Just a really big, bold, nice big spring of the rib. Gets out and moves really good. Get her out here with some more heifers where she's not fighting the halter so much, and evaluate her with her contemporaries, but a really nice heifer as a single entry.
Class A results. The early spring yearling females in first place, entry number 758. Double MIL Sandy 1, exhibited by McKenna Miller of Carroll, Ohio. That was also your bred known champion for your main Angus. Now entering the ring is class number 9 of your early yearling females. 2025.
Oh, a really nice set of heifers here in our next class. Heifer that I think sorts that's to its top for me fairly handily, does so just when you get her out on the move. I love this thing's feet and legs underneath her. They're so bendy. I love the angle and slope to her shoulder and to her knee. Just gets out and moves so good and so elegant through that through that front 1/3 when she wants to get elevated and look, give her a look. She is, and she's flat shouldered, and I love that about her. And she's really good through her cheeks and through her neck. I love that about her too. Just a really nice heifer that the young man has, and when you get her out on the move, you just can't help but love her. And I guess that's where she maybe separates herself from this heifer that comes in second. When this heifer is in second stops in parks, you like a lot about her. You love her length of body and length of hip. She's big and wide pinned. She's probably got more true shape and width as the heifer in front of her. But just when you get her on the move, just maybe gets a little mechanical looking for me and doesn't just float across the ring like the heifer in front of her does. But two really nice ones to start out that class. As you come down to the bottom pair of heifers, two heifers that have a lot of good that they can contribute. Maybe just don't have the look and the style and pizzazz of the two heifers in front of them. This heifer here in third, I maybe like to just slim her up in her condition and maybe tuck that chest back up into her ever so slightly, but a really nice cowy looking one that's got a lot of production value down the road. And same with the young mains here, maybe just a little bit more terminal looking as compared to the heifers in front of her. But you got to appreciate her muscle shape and her width and power. Just maybe need to flatten her out a little bit to move up any higher in the class. But a really nice class of main Angus heifers.
Results, your early yearling female, class number 9 results. In first place, entry number 759, TEF Miss Lil Elba, 14N, exhibited by Garrett Roush of Spencer. Second place, entry number 761, TFSC Fergie, 3N, exhibited by Macy Runkle of Urbana. Third place, entry number 762, BJSC Lady Della, 29N, exhibited by Madison Fisher of Somerset. Third place goes to entry number 760, exhibited by Wyatt Grady. Congratulations, Class 9 exhibitors. Now exhibiting in the ring is Class number 10 of your junior yearling females, born January 1st through February 28th, 2025. This time, we'd also like to recognize all of our sponsors for this year's 2026 Ohio State Fair Beef Show. We'd like to recognize your friend of the broadcast for all shows, and a big sponsor every single year is Weingartner Klingeman Show Cattle. Big thank you to the Weingartner and Klingeman families. Your makeup ring sponsor this year is sponsored by Walton Auction Company of Upper Sandusky. We'd also like to recognize Umbarger Show Feeds, Lindy's Livestock Photos, Fennig Show Cattle, HR Cattle Company, Transova Genetics, to St. River Angus Farms, Formula of Champions, powered by Kalmbach Feeds, and North Central Veterinary Services of Sycamore, Upper Sandusky, and Bucyrus. Don't forget that if you have some friends or family wanting to watch today's show, be sure to send them over to Ringside Live to watch the entire 2026 Ohio State Fair.
Another really competitive class of Maine Angus here. Heifer going to start out with, I really like this one when you get her out in motion. She's probably a little bit better on her feet and legs as compared to the contemporaries in this class, and I like that about her. She's flatter shouldered, and she's still really elegant up through that front 1/3. I'd maybe like to change her in the crest of her neck and maybe just bring her neck right out of the top side of her shoulder just a little bit. Maybe just gets a little low tie and looking sometimes. But boy, that's getting pretty picky on a nice flat-shouldered, long-bodied one that gets out and moves really, really good. Nice place to start this class. Heifer that comes to is second, a little bit different in her type and kind, just big, stout, rugged. I love that about her. She's massive in her bone work, and she's massive in her hip shape. Just gets a little coarse through that shoulder for me today, but that's going to come with as much power and mass as she has. Really nice, cool cow prospect. That's going to be a really fun one down the road for that heifer, for that young lady to breed on. Just some really neat, cool pieces. Maybe just need to flatten her out for me today. A heifer that comes in third just runs into kind of a buzzsaw of a class. Nothing wrong with her at all. Maybe just like to lean her up in her condition and suck her chest back up. But you admire her bone work, and you like that about her. She's good, level-hipped. She's got some power and some muscle and some shape. Really nice way to end the class. Really nice project for the young man. Just need to maybe clean her up through her chest a little bit today. Really nice, stout set of heifers in the Maine Angus division.
It's your first call, Class 2, 3, 4, and 5 maintainer. First call, Class 2, 3, 4, and 5. Results at Class 10 of your junior yearling females. In first place, entry number 765, Pork RJ Queen, 548N, exhibited by Reese Toller of Bidwell. Second place goes to entry number 764, Campbell Co. Queen, 2504N, exhibited by Maya Segrist of Coldwater. Third place, entry number 763, Miss Eileen, 50N, exhibited by Jake Simon of Newark. Now entering the ring is a selection of your Grand and Reserve Grand Champion, Maine Angus female. Second call, Class 2, 3, 4, and 5 maintainer. Second call, Class 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Boys, the day keeps going on. These divisions aren't getting any easier out here. I know that. Just a really awesome set of main Angus heifers out here. Was competitive from top to bottom. That calf that wins the first class, that one's going to be fun down the road. Not sure if she's just quite far along for me enough for me today. But boy, I tell you what, that thing down the road and this fall and this winter is going to be awfully fun for this young man. All the way down to the big one at the end. It's fun to see these things mature and grow. And it's been fun sorting this group of heifers here in this main Angus division. For me, it kind of comes down to two of them, and I'm going to give them one more look and go show you how I like them today. Let's give these main Angus exhibitors a great big round of applause.
Congratulations, your grand champion main Angus female out of class number 9 goes to entry 759. TEF Miss Lil Elba, 14 innings, exhibited by Garrett Roush of Spencer. And your reserve grand champion main Angus female out of class number 10 goes to entry 765. Pork Arjane Queen, 548N, exhibited by Reese Toller of Bidwell, Ohio. Congratulations. We'd also like to recognize your grand champion bred known main Angus female out of class number 8 goes to tag 758. MMIL Sandy 1, exhibited by McKenna Miller of Carroll, Ohio. Third and final call, class 2, 3, 4, and 5 maintainer. Third and final call, class 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Well, a nice trio here of heifers here to start out of maintainer division. And I guess for me, the heifer that starts out with it, when she walks in the class, maybe she doesn't just hit you as hard as the two behind her. Maybe doesn't have the hair and the style some of those have, but I tell you what, when you start breaking this thing down in terms of her lines and her structure and all that goes with it, and her maternal look, the way her shoulder lays into it, and the way she ties out of the top side of her neck, I just think she combines a lot of things together for me, and just a really nice heifer to start out this class. Heifer that comes to us next is a really cool baldy-looking heifer, maybe just a little bit more terminal as compared to the heifer in front of her. I just think she needs to be flattened out in her muscle shape for this time in her life to make a big-time breeding heifer, maybe just a little bit more terminal looking for me today, but a heifer that is high-tying and freak-necked. You got to appreciate that about her, and she is awesome-haired and going to be fun down the road. Maybe just needs to be flattened out a little bit for me today. Heifer that comes in third, giving up a little bit of age and maturity compared to the two heifers in front of her, but taking nothing away from her quality, because when she gets her parked, that thing ties right out of the top side of her neck, and she is clean and neat through that throat latch, and really square in her lines. I like a lot about this heifer, just giving up some pounds and some maturity as compared to the heifers in front of her, but a heifer that's going to be a really fun project down the road. I think that thing could go do big things if she matures the right way. A really nice way to start our maintainer division.
Results of class number 2 of your spring female calves to kick off your junior maintainer female show. In first place, and also your bred known first place, goes to entry number 767, K-Bar Larissa's Lottie, exhibited by Lena Graft of Middletown. Second place in class, and your second place bred known goes to entry 768, CASM Miss Jacqueline, exhibited by Sydney Shelton of Lynchburg. Third place in class and third place in your bred knowns goes to entry number 766, Miss Reeb Keeper, exhibited by Evelyn Kaler of Lancaster. Now exhibiting the ring is class number 3 of your junior female calves, born January 1st through February 28th of 2026. Second call, class 7 and 8, maintainer. Second call, class 7 and 8.
Really nice effort to start out our second class of maintainers here. I love this thing, way this thing patterns up from the side. She's so high tying and so elegant through that front 1/3. Her shoulder lays into it perfect, and I love it the way she bounces from her chest back to the center portion of her body and into her flank. Gets out and moves really free and easy. I love that about her. To be honest with you, one thing that maybe just bugs me a little bit today is I'd say she's probably pushing the limits on size and maturity for her age. Maybe just like to tone her down in the overall size and how far she is along in her maturity pattern, but you can't deny the amount of quality that heifer possesses. As we get to the heifer in second, maybe a little bit more appropriately sized for a February calf, one that maybe just isn't quite as elegant and does all the cool things that heifer in front of us does, but boy, when you get from behind, this thing is packed full of muscle. She's big, stout, rear-ended, and carries it all the way down to a big foot and bone. Just runs into a really big, stout, nice one that leads off that class, but a really nice heifer in her own right. Congratulations.
Third and final call, class 7 and 8, maintainer. Third and final call, class 7 and 8.
Well, a real nice single entry here in our maintainer division, a Fallborn that I think has a lot of future to her down the road. She's a little greener and a little skinnier right now, but that doesn't bother me for her age. I think she's long-bodied, long-necked. I like that about her. She's wanting to fight the halter a little bit out here today. I'm sure she doesn't love being out here by herself. So we'll get her back out in Grand Drive and take another look at her, but really nice, green, fresh-looking heifer that could definitely stand some more competition. Congratulations. As we round out the Fallborn division here in this maintainer show, a heifer that I think does a lot of things right. She's wanting to fight the halter pretty bad, so tough getting a really good read on structure out here. But her angles look right, and I like that about her. I know I've said this in another class out here today. I'd say this thing is definitely pushing the limits on size and maturity for her age division. Maybe just like to tone her down because boy, she is big. And maybe I'm being a little overly critical, but that thing, she's definitely pushing the limits on size for me, I guess, today. But a heifer that you can't deny her quality. She does a lot of things right. When CB see her, get her out here for division and get her acting right and see how she looks compared to her contemporaries. Heifer that comes in second, I guess maybe just doesn't have the power and capacity as the heifer in front of her. She does a lot of things right. I love that thing's back leg, and when you get her parked, she gives you a good look. Maybe just not the size, not the width and dimension and power as compared to the heifer in front of her, but a really nice heifer for the young man. Congratulations.
First call, class 9 and 10. Maintainer, first call, class 9 and 10. Results of Class 3 of your Junior Maintainer Show. In first place goes to entry number 770, Zena's Tatiana 3P, exhibited by Josie Shane of Castown. That was also your bred known class winner. Second place in class and second place bred known goes to entry number 769, CJY Miss Paisley 2P, exhibited by Connor Yoakum of Hillsboro. Your Class 4 results. In first place goes to entry number 771, Blood Money Belmont, exhibited by Sydney Leisure of Woodsfield. Your Class 5 results. In first place, entry number 773, RJC Heartbreaker 90N, exhibited by Blake Osborne of Lynchburg. Second place, entry number 772, RJC Lady Killer 5331N, exhibited by Christian Cummings of Hillsboro. Now exhibiting in the ring is class number 7 of your spring yearling females born May 1st through June 30th, 2025.
An interesting trio here in our next maintainer class. I guess one that sorts itself pretty easily for me as far as the three go. And the one that I'm going to use to win, I think, just kind of does so fairly handily. I love the way that when she gets her parked, I love the way that thing ties out of the top side of her neck. She's big and bolt sprung and big middled. I love that about her. I would like to free her up a little bit on the move. She maybe gets just a little restricted off both ends, but there's no denying the amount of quality in that heifer, and I love a lot of things about her. As far as heifer that comes in here, the cool marked black and white heifer here, you gotta admire power and width and shape. You get from behind, and that thing is wide pinned and wide hipped, and you love that about her. When you get her out on the move, she does so for as much power and width as she has. She does so fairly easily, and I'd like the angles about her. If I'd like to change her, I'd like to just set her shoulder back into her a little bit. Maybe once to get just a nickel course looking, and maybe just set her spine down in her in the motion. But a big, stout, powerful made type of heifer. Really nice way for a second-class heifer. And heifer comes in third, just gives up some power and some performance as compared to the heifers in front of her. But you got to admire her length of body and length of neck, and you love that about her. And when you get her out and ask her to move, she does so very fluid. Just doesn't have the power and the shape and the dimension that the two heifers in front of her do, but a very nice heifer in her own right. Congratulations.
Your Class 7 results. In first place, entry number 776, Ratliff Nelly, 583N, exhibited by Brody Bolin of Ashland. Second place, entry 775, Going Miss Worthy 1, exhibited by Tyler Morrow of Covington. Third place, entry number 774, Samara, exhibited by Madison Young of Belmont. Now entering the ring is class number 8 of your early spring yearling females, born April 2025. Your third and final call, class 9 and 10. Maintainers, third and final call, class 9 and 10. Once again, the Beef Department would like to recognize all of our incredible sponsors. The friend of the show broadcast sponsor for all shows is Weingartner Klingeman Show Cattle. Makeup ring sponsor is Walton Auction Company out of Upper Sandusky. We'd also like to recognize Umbarger Show Feeds and Lindy's Livestock Photos, Fennec Show Cattle, HR Cattle Company, Transova Genetics, to St. River Angus Farm, Formula of Champions, powered by Kalmbach Feeds, as well as North Central Veterinary Services of Sycamore, Upper Sandusky, and Bucyrus. Thank you again to all of our sponsors.
As we get into our next class of maintainers here, the young man's white flanked heifer that I'm going to start out the class with, I guess just kind of balances up a little bit better for me. She hooks up at the top side of her shoulder real good, and I like that about her. And she's flat shouldered, and I love it. She just ties in so good into her heart and forerib, and from there back, I love the swoop to her belly and everything about that. If I'd like to criticize her when she gets out and moves, she maybe just gets a little rigid in that top. I'd like to maybe just relax her a little bit and maybe just let her get out and go just a little bit freer and easier. But a really, really nice heifer to start out this class. A heifer that comes in next, I love her when you get out in motion. She flexes real good off all four corners of her skeleton. I guess for me, I just like to hook her up in the right in behind the top side of her shoulders a little bit. Strengthen her there just ever so slightly, and then just lay her shoulder into her a little bit better as compared to the heifer in front of her. But I love that thing out on motion. She gets out and goes and does so free and easy. A lot of things you got to like about that heifer. Heifer that comes into us next, heifer that she's big and stout and powerful, and you got to appreciate that about her. She's bold sprung, and I love the center portion of her body. For me today, I just like to relax her in her shoulder angle a little bit, set her back in her knee, and maybe just suck a little bit of condition off of her. But boy, you got to love that thing's power and mass and everything that goes from her shoulders back. You really got to appreciate. Heifer that comes in next, just a little bit longer body type of a heifer, one that maybe needs some maturity in the center portion of her body, and maybe just get out here and just relax a little bit more to move up any higher for me today, but a really nice heifer to round out a stout class of maintainers.
Your Class A results, the early spring yearling females in first place goes to entry number 777, Lola, exhibited by Bodie Cook of Thurman, Ohio. Second place, and also your Brendo class winner, goes to entry 778, MJCC Navia, exhibited by Mason Jolliffe of Kenton. Third place, entry number 779, Miss Almighty, exhibited by Natalie Eichhorn of Lexington. Fourth place, entry number 780, exhibited by Libby Simon of Newark. Now exhibiting in the ring is Class 9 of your early yearling females born March 2025.
Well, I think a pretty logical place to start this next class of maintainers. heifer we're going to lead off with kind of combines a lot of things that some of the other ones in this class maybe don't have, as far as when we just talk about structural integrity and look and balance. I just love the way she's constructed through her hip and all the way down to a big bendy hind leg. I like that about her. She's maybe carrying just a little bit up through that front 1/3, but it matches the rest of her proportionally really well. Just a really nice place to start off this class. However, that comes to us next. I like a lot about her. When you put her in motion, she gets and goes free and easy, and I love that about her. I love the angle to her back leg. To be honest with you, if I could just change her, I'd like to just balance her up a little bit from the side profile. Maybe bring that chest back up into her every little bit, and then drop her flank just to kind of balance her out when you get up back and off of her. But you got to like a lot of things about this animal. She's big and broody and cowy, and when you get her out in motion, she goes pretty free and easy. Just a lot of things you like about her. Maybe just not quite the style and extras as the heifer that comes in first ahead of her. And then when you come to the heifer that it comes in third, maybe matches the class winner a little bit more as far as type and kind. You just need to get her out and free, moving a little better off her front 1/3. Wants to just struggle a little bit, maybe get a little wide and a little upright in the knee. But boy, you love that thing's length and extension in her hip, and she comes to you with a great big long body and long neck, and I really like that about her. Just needs to be freed up a little bit on the move today. Same goes with the next heifer here. Heifer that's got a ton of power and a ton of width, just doesn't have the extra bells and whistles as compared to the heifer in front of her. But taking away nothing from this young man, going to have a heck of a cow when he goes home and turns her out to a pasture. Going to be a fun one for him to breed on down the road. And the heifer that comes into us next, maybe just a little bit terminal looking for me today. I need to just flatten her out on her type and kind, and maybe just free her up on the movement on all four corners. But kind of one that possesses some cool breeding pieces down the road for the young lady. Congratulations on a nice class of maintainers.
Your Class 9 results, your early yearling and maintainer females. First place goes to entry number 783, TEF Demi 10N, exhibited by Ella Petranton of St. Clairsville. Second place, entry number 784, Saul Mafia Undercover, exhibited by Stella Kaler of Lancaster. Third place, entry number 785, Press Celine's Finale, exhibited by Tucker Shepard of Napoleon. Fourth place, entry 781, exhibited by Corbin McIntyre. In fifth place, entry number 782, exhibited by Molly Shelton. Now exhibiting in the ring is Class 10 of your junior yearling females born January 1st through February 28th of 2025.
Well, a fun pair up at the top end of this maintainer class to sort on. And I guess for me today, the heifer I'm going to start out with maybe just fits my type and kind maybe a little bit better for me. I love her neck extension, the way she ties out of the top side of her shoulder. Maybe not quite as just tidy through her throat latch, but I think she ties higher, and I think she has just as much extension me. And I guess I just love the way she patterns up when you get from the side. She's longer and truer in her hip, and just as much, and probably a little more power when you get right up on behind her. And as far as true muscle width and shape goes, I like that about her. And still gets out and goes plenty good enough for me today. Just a really nice patterned up heifer that I think does so. A lot of things right for me today, and maybe just a little bit more my type and kind. Heifer that comes to us next is an extremely nice heifer in her own right, and I like a lot of things about her. For me today, I'd like to just strengthen in her hip a little bit. She wants to get just a little low from her hooks back, and maybe just to elevate her and tip them up forward for me today, and maybe just clean her up through her flank. Maybe just want to push a little bit more condition in her chest and flank for me today to move her up any higher, but a really, really extremely high quality type of heifer. A heifer that comes to us next, maybe just a little bit more boxy than I kind of like my heifers, I guess, for me today. You like a lot about her. You love her bone work and her foot and her mass. Does a lot of things right. Maybe just like to extend her through her whole body shape a little bit, and maybe just like to maybe she runs downhill just a little bit for me, just maybe elevate her the top side of her shoulder for me today to be moved any higher. But boy, you got to appreciate that thing's feet and legs and the power that thing possesses. She's going to be an awfully fun one for that young main to breed on down the road because she does a lot of things that maybe a lot of heifers that can't do in that breed. Heifer that comes to us next, a really long-bodied, highly attractive female, maybe just doesn't have the true muscle shape and width as compared to their contemporaries ahead of her. But boy, you got to love this thing's neck and extension and how long-bodied and long hip she is. Does a lot of things right. Like I said, just kind of runs into a buzzsaw at the top end of that class, but a really nice, long-bodied, really attractive female for the young lady. And the red heifer comes in next, cut from the same cloth a little bit. You got to love her broodiness and her cowiness. Maybe doesn't just hit you when she walks in the ring as a big-time show heifer, but boy, when you study that one and her angles and everything like that, you know out in production that thing's going to make a whale of a cow for that young lady going down the road. And the heifer that rounds out the class, long-bodied, thick-ended type of an individual, just needs to be loosened up on all four corners of her skeleton today to move any higher, but a really nice heifer for the young man to round out a tough class.
Your Class 10 results of your junior yearling maintainer females. First place, entry number 787, Fen Pearl, 23N, exhibited by Naomi Fennig of Coldwater. Second place, entry number 789, TJSC So Sweet, 30N, exhibited by Reese Toller of Bidwell. Third place, entry number 788, HDCC Promise Keeper, exhibited by Garrett Beal of Bloomingburg. Fourth place, entry number 786, exhibited by Madison Young. Fifth place in your Breadnode class winner, entry number 790, exhibited by Delaney Chester. And sixth place, entry number 791, exhibited by Cooper Hunt of Greenville. Now exhibiting in the ring is your selection of your Grand and Reserve Grand Champion maintainer females. This time, we'd also like to recognize one of our exhibitors out in the junior maintainer ring. That's Elena Graff. Today is her 16th birthday. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Elena. Attention in the barns, your first call, class 3, 4, 5, and 7 Shorthorn Plus. First call, class 3, 4, 5, and 7 Shorthorn Plus.
Well, I'm probably echoing the same thing I say every division drive, but boy, there's some nice quality animals out here, and there's no doubt that this group of heifers, there's several in here that I know are going to be super competitive down the road. Some of these young calves are no slouches, and going to be fun to see develop and the things they can do with these young exhibitors, and then all the way down to our big heifers that they're doing all the right time. It takes a lot to everybody in this ring knows that it takes a lot to get a heifer to be a big heifer and still be attractive and fresh and moving good. And I think these exhibitors have done so extremely well. Like I said, there's several out here that are in contention. I guess for me, there's a couple that I kind of have in my back of my mind. I'm going to give them one more look and show you the two I like today. Let's give these exhibitors a great big round of applause.
Second call, class 3, 4, 5, and 7 Shorthorn Plus. Second call, class 3, 4, 5, and 7. Congratulations, your grand champion maintainer female out of class number 10 goes to entry 787, Finn Pearl 23N, exhibited by Naomi Fennig of Coldwater. Congratulations, your reserve grand champion maintainer female, and also out of class number 10, entry 789, TJSC So Sweet 30N, exhibited by Reese Toller of Bidwell, Ohio. Third and final call, class 3, 4, 5, and 7 Shorthorn Plus. Third and final call, class 3, 4, 5, and 7. Congratulations, your champion bred known maintainer female out of class number 3 goes to tag 770. MSTS Zena's Tatiana 3P, exhibited by Josie Shane of Castown. And your reserve grand champion bred known maintainer female out of class number 8 goes to entry 778. MJCC Navia, exhibited by Mason Jolliffe of Kenton. Congratulations, maintainer exhibitors. Attention, bred and owned exhibitors. If you are a champion or reserve champion, bred and owned female, we will be doing a supreme selection for your bred and owns at the conclusion of the crossbreds. Once again, any champion or reserve champion, bred and owned female exhibitor, we will be doing an overall supreme selection for your bred and owns at the conclusion of the crossbreds.
Well, a nice single entry to start off our Shorthorn Plus division. One that you love her femininity through her front 1/3, and she's real square and true in her lines. I love the angle to her back leg and gets out and goes really good. Really nice effort to start out this division, and definitely one that could stand some more competition. Really high-end one to start out. Congratulations. Another nice single entry here in our fall division. Super long bodied, really long and extended through her hip and down into her leg. I like the way she travels off of her rear hock and comes down to some nice set into her pasture. And maybe want to just maybe ever so slightly give her maybe just a little bit more depth and capacity through the center portion of her body. But a really nice heifer for the young man. Does a lot of things right. I like this heifer quite a bit. Congratulations.
Kicking off your Junior Shorthorn Plus Female Show with class number 3. In first place goes entry number 792, 6R Crystals NL 227P, exhibited by Campbell Shepherd of Napoleon. Now exhibiting in the ring is class number 4 of your winner females, born November 1st through December 31st of 2025.
Another extremely high quality single entry in our Shorthorn Plus is I know I've said it on the first two, but this thing could definitely stand some more competition. You got to love this thing's capacity and rib shape. The way her swoop to her belly ties into the big, bold sprung, and she does a lot of things I like. Big, huge feet and legs, does it all really well. That being said, I'd maybe like to just slim her up in a maturity pattern just ever so slightly. But boy, you got to love a lot of things this thing does. Her feet and legs and structure and capacity. Just a really nice heifer for the young man. Congratulations.
Attention to the barns, your first call, class 8, 10, and 11 Shorthorn Plus. First call, class 8, 10, and 11. Results of class number 4 of your winner female Shorthorn Plus females. In first place goes to entry number 793, Holly's Tamale Ferrari, exhibited by Ashton Bain of Lynchburg. Your class 5 results of your senior Shorthorn Plus females. In first place, and also your Bred-known class winner, goes to entry 794, Hall Sky's the Limit, exhibited by Chance Holly of Bowling Green, Ohio. Now exhibiting in the ring is class number 7 of your spring yearling females, born May 1st through June 30th, 2025. Your second call, class 8, 9, 8, 10, and 11 Shorthorn Plus. Second call, 8, 10, and 11.
Well, an interesting trio as we get out here in our May division, the Shorthorn Pluses, and a little bit of all shapes, sizes, colors, you name it, we kind of got it out here. And I guess the peach-colored heifer that we're going to sort to the top, I guess kind of does a few things maybe just slightly better than the one that comes to her in second. I think it's a top pair, and I think that you could maybe kind of do some different things on these top two, but to me it kind of comes down to these two. And I guess for me it maybe goes to just when you get this one out and move, she maybe just wants to go a little freer and easier, especially on the front side of her skeleton. I like that about her. I maybe like to just slim her up in a condition, but boy, she is huge middled. Great big capacity through the center portion of her rib cage. Big, stout, powerful one. Fun one to judge, and a cool colored one that kind of stands out when you get her out here in the ring. Next heifer that comes to is a Shorthorn colored one. kind of fits the type and kind of our class winner a little bit. Maybe just a little bit boxier and a little bit square made. Maybe not just ultra elegant and feminine like some of these other heifers have been throughout the day. But you got to appreciate these things, power and mass and structure. Even as big and stout and rugged as these things are, they still get out and move free and easy. And I really like that about her. For this one, I maybe just like to set her shoulder into her a little bit better. And maybe when she gets out on the move ever so slightly, just wants to get just a nickel weak in that loin. But boy, that's getting pretty picky on a cool colored, really high-end quality one to come out second. And if it comes out third, just kind of gets a little lost in the shuffle for me, I guess, when you compare her to the other two. She's completely different in her type and kind. She's way more maternal in her look, longer and flatter in her design. But that being said, I love her length of body, and I love her structure when it comes to her hip and carries it all the way down into her big feet and legs, and she gets out and goes. Maybe just doesn't have quite the capacity and power and overall dimension that the two ahead of her do, but a really nice effort to round out a class.
Third and final call, Class 10 and 11. Third and final call, Class 10 and 11, Shorthorn Plus. Results at Class 7 of your Spring Yearling Shorthorn Plus females. In first place, and also your Bred Known class winner, goes entry number 795, GLL Dory and 10, exhibited by Vivian Gibbs of Fremont. Second place, entry number 796, Lang Queen 25, exhibited by Brooklyn Warner of Barnesville. Third place, entry number 797, GCC TRN Dream On 718, exhibited by Ashton Payne of Lynchburg. Now exhibiting in the ring is class number 8 of your early spring yearling females born April 2025.
A really intriguing heifer is a single entry here, our cream-colored calf. As we get her out here, she does a lot of cool and interesting things. I love the way she's super elegant through that front 1/3. I love the way she ties in through her throat notch and is narrow through her cheeks, carries it all the way down to a flat shoulder. Maybe if I want to get picky, I'd like to maybe just change the way her back leg is designed. Maybe just give it a little bit more flexibility down at the ground close to her pastern. But that's getting pretty picky. You have an awfully nice one that does a lot of things right. She's long bodied, long hip, and can get out and move and travel real well. So congratulations on a really nice single entry. Could definitely stay in some more competition. Be interested to see her get out here for a champion.
Your Class 8 results, the early spring yearlings. In first place, entry number 798, BOSB Cupcakes Princess, exhibited by Griffin Gaylor of Graytown. Now entering the ring is Class 10 of your junior yearling females, born January 1st through February 28th of 2025.
Oh, an intriguing pair up here towards the top end of this class. And I guess the white heifer that I'm going to start with just kind of overpowers her in terms of muscle and shape and dimension. I love that about her. And I love her elegantness through her front one-third. She just gets out and goes in big feet and legs. I like a lot about her. Does a lot of things right. A really high-end quality heifer to lead off the class. As we come in here in second, I guess when this heifer walked in the ring, she hit me pretty hard. But then when you start studying her, when you get her out on the move, she just wants to not handle that right rear leg just perfect. I don't know what she has going on exactly, but wants to just throw it outside of her skeleton and maybe not just flex on it real well. Almost looks like she's just a little timid on it. But boy, if you can get past that, I love the way this thing's dimension and body shape. She's so big middled, almost to a fault, to be honest with you. Maybe just like to give her a little bit more width and power in behind her shoulders, but a really intriguing young heifer. Heifer that comes to us next, real nice cow prospect for the young lady. She's long-bodied, like the way she handles her feet and legs when she get her out on the move. Just not quite the pizzazz and the extra show heifer stuff that the two in front of her do, but a really nice long-bodied individual for the young lady. And the heifer that rounds out the class maybe just gets a little terminal looking for me today, a little rounder in muscle shape, and maybe just needs to be freed up all four corners of her structure to get any higher, but a nice, big, stout, powerful cow to round out the class. Congratulations.
Your Class 10 results are your junior yearling Shorthorn Plus females. First place, entry number 800, 7G Missing Mirage NO2, exhibited by Evelyn Kaler of Lancaster. Second place, entry number 802, Misty May, exhibited by Gavin Ridnour of Ada. Third place, entry number 799, CF Lady Crystal, 540p, exhibited by Reagan Farr of Oak Hill. Fourth place, entry number 801, exhibited by Riley Strong of Litchfield. Now exhibiting in the ring is Class 11 of your senior yearlings born September 1st through December 31st, 2024.
Another extremely nice individual as a single entry to round out our Shorthorn Plus division. One, you got to appreciate her power and mass when you get from behind. She's big, square pinned, and you like that about her. Maybe just like to thin her up in her condition just a little bit, ever so slightly. But boy, you talk about one that is a big senior yearling that's big and rugged and stout. That does a lot of things nice, and definitely one that's going to be in competition when we get him out here for our champion lineup. So congratulations on a very nice single entry.
Your Class 11 results in first place, entry number 803, RJPF 24, Carrot Pinky the Roo, exhibited by Annalie Pullman of Delphus. Now entering the ring will be the selection of your Grand and Reserve Grand Champion, Shorthorn Plus female. Attention to the barns, your first call, Class 2, 3, 4, and 5, Shorthorn, first call, Class 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Oh, fun set of Shorthorn Pluses here as we get of all our class winners out here in our drive. Uh, like I said in another, and I know I said it in a class, but you got a little bit of everything out here as far as shapes and sizes and colors. A lot of differences. So I think when you kind of got a bunch of differences like this, you got to kind of put your emphasis on kind of what you've been preaching and what you're thinking all day. And I think it comes down to structural integrity and some femininity, and just doing all the right things. And I know I preach femininity and I preach structure and I preach all this and I still hold that true. But I do think that good cattle are good cattle, whether they're your type and kind or whether they were something you'd go put out in your pasture. You have to appreciate what other people like and what other people put an emphasis on. So I'm not always going to tell you that my type's everybody else's type, but I also know that I can appreciate when something's not my type, but still high quality livestock. And I think some of these kind of fit that bill. Maybe not something I'm just going to have out in my pasture, but at the same time, I think a lot of these things are going to go down the road and be a lot of fun for these young people to exhibit and breed and raise some really high quality and cattle out of these things. So let's give our exhibitors a big round of applause, and I'm going to go show you the two that I like today.
Second call, class 2, 3, 4, and 5. Shorthorn, second call, class 2, 3, 4, and 5. Congratulations, your grand champion Shorthorn Plus female and also your champion bred known female goes to entry 795, GLL Dory and 10, exhibited by Vivian Gibbs of Fremont, Ohio. Congratulations, your reserve grand champion Shorthorn Plus female goes to entry number 807G Missing Barrage N2, exhibited by Evelyn Kaler of Lancaster. We'd also like to recognize your reserve champion, bred and owned, Shorthorn Plus female. This entry 794 HSC Highs Sky's the Limit, exhibited by Chance Holly of Bowling Green. Third and final call, class 2, 3, 4, and 5. Shorthorn, third and final call, class 2, 3, 4, and 5.
A nice young single entry here in our to start off our shorthorn division. I love her attractiveness through her front 1/3. She ties ultra high out of the top side of her neck. She's nice and refined in her bone work. Just does a lot of things nice. Heifer that has a lot of future about her. Going to be a fun one for the young man down the road. Congratulations.
Attention in the barns, your first call, class 6, 7, and 8. Shorthorn, first call, class 6, 7, and 8. Results of Class 2 of your first class at your junior shorthorn show. In first place goes to entry number 804, Key Ridge Ari 1670, exhibited by Gage Workman of Belmont. Now exhibiting in the ring is Class 3 of your junior female calves, born January 1st through February 28th of 2026.
Oh, real nice set of calves that comes to us next. Heifer, I'm going to start out with the redneck roan. I guess for me, just maybe a little bit more feminine and elegant through that front 1/3. I love the way she attaches at the top side of her neck. She's super neat and clean and super lengthy up through that front 1/3. I love that about her. And she's long-bodied, level-hipped, and comes down on a real nice set of running gear. A real nice way to start out a class. Second heifer comes in next. I like a lot of things about her. She is stout and powerful and pulled apart in her muscle shape. She's big-boned and uses them fairly well. Maybe it just gets a little round for me today. I like to maybe set her shoulder back into her and relax her in her spine just ever so slightly. But boy, you got to appreciate for her power and muscle and shape. Really nice heifer. It follows up a really good class winner. The heifer comes in the next, maybe follows the class winner just a little bit more as far as elegance and shape. Through that front 1/3. I love the way that she ties into her throat latch and comes down to a nice square level hip, and you got to appreciate a lot about her. Just maybe doesn't have the power and muscle and shape as the two heifers in front of her, but a really nice, elegant, nicely designed type of a heifer. Same with the heifer that comes in and follows up the class. Long body, long spine. You got to like that about her. Appreciate her running gear. Maybe just needs to be softened up in the center portion of her body for me today. But one I think down the road is going to be a really fun project for the young man. Got a lot of future in her.
Second call, class 6, 7, and 8. Shorthorn, second call, class 6, 7, and 8. Results of class number 3 of your junior shorthorn female calves. In first place, and also your bred known class winner, goes entry number 807, GCC Magical Margie 61, exhibited by Colton Greenhorn of Waynesville. Second place goes to entry number 805, Ivy, exhibited by Miley Matthews of Sandusky. Third place and your second place, bred and owned in class, goes to entry number 808, Key Ridge Foxy Lady, exhibited by Brianne Workman of Belmont. Fourth place, entry number 806, exhibited by Cooper Workman. Now exhibiting the ring is class number 4 of your winter calves, born November 1st through December 31st, 2025.
A really intriguing red-necked heifer here that comes to us next is a single entry. You like this thing's power and her shape. She's really got big topped and square ended, and you like that about her. And she follows it all the way down to her lower quarter and lower stifle, really packed full of muscle. Maybe you want to just square up in her hip ever so slightly. But boy, you want to talk about one that's got some performance and some power, one that's going to be fun to breed on down the road. Really nice single entry that could definitely stand some more competition. Congratulations, young man.
Your Class 4 results in first place goes entry number 809, GCC Pink Lady 594, exhibited by Carter McConnell of Lower Salem, Ohio. Attention on the grounds, please note that the area between the Gilligan and the viaduct is one way. This includes all golf carts and UTVs. Once again, the area between the Gilligan and the viaduct is one way.
A couple of nice heifers here in our next class, and they kind of fit each other as far as type and kind. Maybe some slight differences in the two, and I guess for me, the redneck roan separates herself a little bit when we get her out on the move. She just wants to handle her rear wheel just a little bit better for me, a little bit more flexible, and just wants to reach a little bit farther as compared to the heifer in second. And I guess that's why she kind of separates herself to the front of the class. I love that one's neck and the way she attaches in the top side of her shoulder. She's flat-shouldered, really elegant up through that front 1/3, and like that about her. Maybe if you want to get critical, maybe just soften her up in the center portion of her body ever so slightly. But that's a really nice heifer and a really good way to start out the class. Heifers that the young man brings to us next is the red and white one. And like I said, when you get her out on the move, I just like to free her up off her rear too just a little bit. Maybe once just get a little choppy, maybe not just flexed and reach as much as the heifer in front of her. But this one's probably got more true natural width and shape as compared to the heifer in front of her. Like I said, just need to free her up a little bit on the move today to get ahead of that one. But really nice heifer for the young man. Congratulations.
Your Class 5 results are your senior female calves. In first place, entry number 810, Double M Silver Virgin, exhibited by Brianne Workman from Belmont. Second place goes to entry number 811, MFK Charity Sunrise, exhibited by Hale Underwood of Urbana. Now entering the ring is class number 6 of your summer yearling females, born July 1st through August 31st of 2025. Second call, class 9, 10, and 11. Shorthorn, second call, class 9, 10, and 11.
An extremely high quality red and white heifer that comes to us as single entry in our summer division. One you just got to appreciate as far as her balance and squareness in her lines. I love how level her hip is, and she gets out and goes really good on the motion. I love it how flexible she is on all four corners. Just a really good heifer, a fun one that definitely is going to be able to stay in some competition when we get her back out here for the champion lineup. Just a really nice single entry. Congratulations.
Your Class 6 results. In first place goes entry number 812, GCC Warren Margie 5, exhibited by Colton Greenhorn of Waynesville. Now entering the ring is class number 7 of your Shorthorn females. Third and final call, class 9, 10, and 11. Shorthorn, third and final call, class 9, 10, and 11.
Another intriguing single entry out here in our Shorthorn division. Some things that you really like about this heifer. You got to love her bone density and her foot size. when she gets down on the ground. I mean, they are big and they're bendy, and she uses them pretty well. I guess for me today, I'd probably like to slim this heifer up in her condition a little bit, and I think she'd probably get out and move just a little bit better for me out here today. But one you got to appreciate as far as her power and substance, does a lot of things right. Really nice single entry for the young lady. Congratulations.
Congratulations, your Class 7 winner goes to tag 813 GCC Pinky's Promise 2, exhibited by Kylie Searson of Kenton. Now exhibiting the ring is Class number 8 of your early spring yearling females born April 2025.
Nice top pair as we get into this next class of short ones, and I guess for me, maybe I could switch it up a little bit, but I guess when it comes down to it, when you put them in motion, I guess the redneck roan just kind of separates herself a little bit from me. She's more relaxed in her spine and more relaxed in her shoulder than her contemporaries, and I think she probably carries as much or more power out through her top and hip and all the way down to a big stifle. And I love the circumference of bone and she possesses. If I want to get kind of critical, I'd maybe like to suck her chest back up and maybe make it balance up just a little bit more as comparison to her flank. But I think when you get them in motion, that's kind of where this one separates herself as compared to the heifer in second. A really nice place to start the class. Heifer in second, when she gets her parked, I really love this thing's length of spine and length of body. She does a lot of things right. I just need to relax her in the angle of her shoulder and then the slope of her knee for me today. She just wants to struggle a little bit when you ask her to get out and move. But boy, when you get her stopped, she is long-bodied and long-necked and does a lot of things right. Just needs freed up a little bit today. Heifer that comes in next is a dark red one, kind of follows the same suit as the heifer in front of her, really long body, attractive mate type of a heifer. Just when you get her to go, just need to move a little bit better off of her front end. Wants to struggle a little bit, maybe just paddle off of her front end a little bit. But you got to admire her hip and structure, or her hip and her hind leg. Just needs to move a little bit better off her front too. Heifer that rounds out the class, a big, stout, rugged built type of a heifer. Maybe not the bells and whistles that some other ones, but more of a meat and potatoes kind of a heifer that I think is going to do real well in production. Just needs some extra style and some extra pizzazz to move up any higher, but nothing wrong with that heifer at all. Really nice way to round out a solid class of shorthorn heifers.
Your Class A results, your early spring yearling females in first place, entry number 817, 6R Crystal's Reality, exhibited by Campbell Shepherd of Napoleon. Second place, entry number 814, SNSL Nikki Mirage 5124, exhibited by Bristol Bates of Chandlersville. Third place, and also your first place bred note in class, goes to entry number 816, Princess's Red Carmela 12, exhibited by Cooper Hendrick of Fremont. Fourth place, entry number 815, exhibited by Gianna Stiles of Springfield. Now exhibiting in the ring is class number 9 of your early yearling females, born March 2025. Tension in the barns with a driver of a Ford Black Explorer, license plate EQN 7880. You are parked by the Sullivan Supply Trailer and need to be moved immediately. Attention in the barns, all champion and reserve champion breed winners. Please make your way or send a representative to the announcer's table to pick up paperwork. Once again, all champion and reserve champion exhibitors, please make your way to the announcer's table to pick up some paperwork.
A little bit of a bigger class in our shorthorn division here, and I think the heifer that I'm going to use to start out the class, I guess, kind of sorts herself to the top for me. Just when you get her out on the move, she is probably the most structurally integral, correct one, and I like that about her. She's correct in her lines, and I like the way that she's square and level through her hip and gets out and goes. Well, I'd like to maybe just change the way her chest is in correlation to her flank and maybe just balance her up a little bit. But I have to think a heifer that when you get her out here along the other heifers, kind of sorts herself to the top fairly handily in my mind. A really nice way to start out a class. Heifer that comes to us next, She is long-bodied and awesome-necked, and I love the way she attaches to the top side of her shoulder. She's really clean through that throat latch, and I love the way her shoulder lays into her. Just for me, when you get her out on the move, she doesn't quite handle her rear too. Just ideally for me today, maybe wants to get just a little timid, and maybe needs to get out and reach and step just a little bit with a more authority than I'd like to see today. But a heifer that you got to appreciate in terms of her length and femininity, and does a lot of nice things out here today. Heifer that comes in is probably the different one of the three of the top ones. She's packed full of muscle, and you like that about her. She's big, square hipped, and she carries it all the way down to the lower quarter. And she's big, huge feet and legs. Just wish that she handled her rear two just a little bit better. I'd like to change her toe shape. She gets just a little long-toed for me today, and I think that's maybe why she's just not getting out and reaching as far as compared to some of her contemporaries. But you got to appreciate the amount of muscle and power and stoutness that this one has. A very nice heifer for the young man. And the two heifers that round out the class are a little bit different in their types and kinds. The heifer that comes to us next is the red one. Just needs to probably balance up in the center portion of her body. Needs to drop that flank and center portion of her rib a little bit to move up any higher. But a nice, long-bodied, real feminine, cowy-looking one for the young man. And then with the heifer that rounds out the class, a red and white one that's packed full of muscle. She's stout and burly. Probably just needs to be slimmed up in her condition a little bit today to go any higher. And that might make her just get out and move just a little bit better for me. But a big, stout, rugged-built type of a heifer. Congratulations.
Results of Class 9 of your early yearling females. First place goes to entry number 818, GCC Gaina Diva the Roo, exhibited by Garrett LaCroix of Kimballton, Ohio. Second place, entry number 822, Cherry, exhibited by Madeline Good of Clyde. Third place, entry number 821, Knowleswood Stella Rose, exhibited by Gannon Silver of Delphus. Fourth place, entry number 820, exhibited by Grayston Place of Wapakoneta. Fifth place, entry number 819, exhibited by Braden Strong of Litchfield. Now entering the ring is class number 10 of your junior yearling females, born January 1st through February 28th of 2025.
Nice trio of heifers that comes to us here in our January, February division. And the redneck roan heifer I'm going to start out the class with. I guess for me, it comes down to when you get them out on the move. This thing just travels a little bit better off both ends of her skeleton. She gets herself contained a little bit more compared to the heifer behind us. And I still think that thing is plenty good looking enough through her front 1/3. I would like to maybe just suck her chest back up into her a little bit, but I love that thing's length of spine and the angles to her, all four corners of her skeleton. Heifer that does a lot of things nice, a real nice broody cow one that still has the look and the power and everything that goes along with it. A real nice one for the young man. Heifer that comes to us next, when she gets her stopped and parked, you really like this thing from the side profile. She's elegant through that front 1/3, and she's tied highs at the top side of her shoulder. For me, just when you get her out in motion, she just gets a little restricted off both ends. And when you get it from behind and study her, I'd like to lay her shoulder into her a little better. She gets a little caved in her heart and forerib for me today, and needs to be just smoothed up in her muscle shape and in her shoulder to move any higher as compared to the one that wins the class. But the heifer is long-bodied and long-necked and does a lot of cool things. Heifer that rounds out the class is a nice cow for the young man. Just kind of runs into a buzzsaw at the top end of that class. I'd like to maybe just give this one a little bit more center body and just soften her up through the middle portion of her rib a little bit. But a big, long body, nice sound one that's going to go out in production and make a heck of a whale of a cow for the young man. Congratulations.
Results of class number 10 of your junior yearling females in first place, and also your bred known class winner goes to entry 824, Princess's Dream, exhibited by Cooper Hendrick of Fremont. Second place, entry number 823, Saul Max Rose of 57, exhibited by Bristol Bates of Chandlersville. Third place, entry number 825, Key Ridge Aries 1566, exhibited by Cooper Workman of Belmont. Now exhibiting in the ring is Class 11 of your senior yearling females, born September 1st through December 31st, 2024.
A nice white cow that comes to us here in our final class of the Shorthorn Division. One that's maybe not quite has all the extras and the pizzazz that some of these others have had, but one that you got to appreciate in terms of her muscle shape and her power and her substance of bone. One that's going to go out in production and be really nice. Maybe I'd like to change her, just showing a little bit more udder and spring at this time of her production life cycle, but heifer nonetheless that I think is going to go make out and be a really good one in production for the young lady. Congratulations.
Your Class 11 results in first place is entry number 826, Key Ridge Aries 1555, exhibited by Brian Workman of Belmont. That was also your bred known class winner. Now entering the ring will be the selection of your Grand Reserve Grand Champion Shorthorn female. First call, Class 2, 3, 4, and 7, AOB. First call, Class 2, 3, 4, and 7.
Let's put our hands together for a real stout division of shorthorns out here. As we get them out here and kind of compare class winners, I guess there's a little bit of everything as far as type and kind go. I know we had some single entries down here at the beginning of the show that probably could have definitely stood some more competition. They're very high quality in their own right, and definitely going to go out and do some winning down the road for these young exhibitors. And then as we go through our summers and springborn divisions, I guess the competition kept ramping up. And as we get them out here, I guess there's one for me that probably just does a couple things right for me out here today, and I think it gets pretty close for reserve in my mind. So let's give these exhibitors one more great big round of applause, and I'll go show you the couple I like today.
Congratulations, your grand champion Shorthorn female out of class number 6 goes to tag 812 GCC Warren Margie 5, exhibited by Colton Greenhorn of Waynesville. Congratulations, your reserve grand champion Shorthorn female and also your bred known champion. Out of class number 3 goes to tag 807 GCC Magical Margie 61, exhibited by Colton Greenhorn of Waynesville. Second call, class 2, 3, 4, and 7 AOB. Second call, class 2, 3, 4, and 7. Third and final call, Class 2, 3, 4, and 7, AOB. Third and final call, Class 2, 3, 4, and 7.
Wow, what a way to start the AOBs here. Is this young red calf. I mean, you want to talk about one that grabs your attention when she walks in the ring. Her neck is a mile long and tight through her throat latch. I mean, in the skinniest, pencilless little neck you've seen, and still carries it back with some muscle and power from there on out, and still gets around the ring good. Just a really intriguing, fun one to judge and give your opinion on. One that it's going to be hard to make ones like that every day. One that's just a very unique kind of an animal and a really fun one out here for a single entry. Be fun to get her back out here for the grand drive. Congratulations.
First call, class 8, 9, and 10. AOB, first call, class 8, 9, and 10.
Another real high quality single entry here in our AOB division. One that comes to you loaded with power, and you love her hip and dimension when you get in from behind. Carries it all the way down to a big stout quarter and into her stifle. You gotta love that about her. Puts that together in a real attractive package through that front 1/3 and still gets out and goes on a real good set of running gear. Another really high quality single entry that definitely going to be fun to get back out here in the grand drive. Congratulations.
Your second call, class 8, 9, and 10. AOB, second call, class 8, 9, and 10.
As we get into this fall division of our AOB show, two completely different types and kinds. And I know we're going to run into that here when we're starting to do different breeds, and we're going to have different shapes and sizes. Some of these breeds are maybe a little bit of an unfair advantage compared to some other ones, but that's just kind of how it is in this AOB deal. As we get into this class, the black one I'm going to lead to start off the class with, I guess, does a lot of things that I kind of like. I love her from her shoulders back. She's so big and bold and sprung through that center portion of her rib and still square and goes down to an awesome set of running gears. Maybe she's not just the most tricked out one through that throat latch and up through her chest, but today she's plenty good enough for me. She's still tie-side and handles it all real well. A really nice heifer to start out the class. As we get to our heifer next, the red one, Red Angus is what I was told. One that you just got to appreciate as far as her cowie look. She's big and maternal. Looks like she's going to go out and just make an awesome cow for the young man and make an awesome udder and big wean off a big, stout, rugged built cow. Maybe just isn't quite as showy and flashy as the one in front of her, but a really awesome cow in her own right. Congratulations on a really good set of fall heifers. What a fun pair that comes to us next in our May AOB division. Black Heifer we're going to start out with. I just love this thing from her shoulders back. She's so big and bold and sprung through her rib cage. She's got the perfect amount of swoop to her belly. She's level and square in her pins and hip. Still got plenty of muscle and sets it down on just an incredible set of running gear. And yet still has an attractive feminine front end to her. Heifer that I just can't say enough good things about. I really like this individual. Be fun seeing her back out for a champion lineup. White Heifer that comes in behind her, just a little bit different in her types and kinds. One that's just fun to look at. I mean, she is so attractive through that front 1/3, and I mean, gives you the cobra look, and her ear set's just incredible. And I love the power and mass when you get from behind. Maybe to me, just a little bit too much for me today in the breeding heifer scenario as compared to the heifer in front of her. Maybe just like to soften her up in the center portion of her body as compared to the heifer in front of her. But a tricked out, fun one to look at. That's going to be really fun to breed on down the road.
Third and final call, Class 8, 9, and 10. Third and final call, Class 8, 9, and 10 AOB. Your Class 2 results, your Junior AOB Beef Female Show. In first place, entry number 827, Miss Red Keeper, exhibited by Stella Kaler of Lancaster. Your Class 3 results, in first place, and also your Bred Known class winner, goes to entry 828, Iggy, exhibited by Ava Priest of Seaman, Ohio. Your Class 4 results, in first place, entry number 830, WFSS Red Velvet 599N, exhibited by Joshua Blakeman of Oak Hill. Second place, and also your Bred Known class winner, goes to entry number 829, Hall Lexi's Dream 124, exhibited by Chance Holly of Bowling Green. Your Class 7 results, in first place goes to entry number 833, J-Boy's Sweet Phyllis 59, exhibited by Palin Wilson of Ashland. Second place, and also your Bred Known class winner, goes to entry number 832, DTLC Miss Guardian and God, exhibited by Miles Toller of Bidwell. Correction to the placings of Class 4. In first place, and your Bred Known class winner goes to entry 829, Hall Lexi's Dream 124, exhibited by Chance Holly of Bowling Green. Second place went to entry number 830, WFSS Red Velvet 599N, exhibited by Joshua Blakeman of Oak Hill.
Oh, as we get out in this trio of AOB heifers, I guess I don't know if you could probably draw any three different heifers than what we have out here. And I guess when it comes down to me, in my mind, it's between the first two heifers in the ring, not to take anything away from the young man's third place heifer. But then when you get these two heifers, there's some give and take. And I guess for me, it comes down to I think structure is kind of a wash, to be honest with you, on both of them. They both have some issues that I'd like to fix in their structure, and neither one of them are quite perfect in that area. So I guess then when you throw that out the window, then I guess the one that leads off the class just kind of overpowers the heifer behind her. She's big and stout and bold sprung through that center portion of her rig. Maybe not just the biggest, swoopiest belly, but I think when you get from behind and judge dimension and power, that one just kind of sorts herself as comparison to the heifer in front of her. Like I said, said, I'd like to square up off her hocks and maybe just like to reach on both sides of her skeleton a little bit. But like I said, neither heifer are perfect in that area. So I guess from there on, I think this heifer just excels in some other areas, maybe where this heifer doesn't quite do it. So, but a nice heifer to start off the class. Heifer that comes to us next is maybe a little bit more refined in her power and her bone work. I like her elegant through her. I like her elegancy through her front 1/3, and she maybe lays into a smoother shoulder, but she probably gives up some muscle and power. And like I said, she just gets a little rigid on her rear two for me when you get her out on the move. And I'd like to maybe just change the way her hind leg is constructed to be perfect. But a nice, good-looking, long-bodied heifer that's very nice and elegant for the young lady. And the heifer that comes into us to third right now, just a great big power cow of a female. She's big, bolt sprung. She's wide pinned. She's got a lot of muscle. She's not just the most tricked out necked one, but got that broody cow look that I think goes out in production and does a lot of good things for the young man. Congratulations on a nice class.
Results of Class 8 of your early spring yearling AOB females. First place goes to entry number 836. CJLF So Fancy 505N, exhibited by Elijah Wright of Mount Perry. Second place, entry number 835, HFC Lucy, exhibited by Brianna Fox of Hillsboro. Third place, entry number 834, WCCO BR Boots 423N, exhibited by Harrison Stephen of New Concord. Now exhibiting in the ring is your early yearling females born March 2025.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of things that I really like about this class winner that comes to us in our next March class. For me, she just kind of balances up a little better from the side profile for me. And then when you get her on the move, she definitely doesn't disappoint as compared to the heifer behind her. She's a little more laid back in the shoulder or ankle, and she gets out and moves a little bit freer and easier as compared to the heifer behind her. She still lays a nice shoulder into her. She's big rib, bold sprung. Just does a lot of nice things out there. Pretty easy class winner in my mind. Heifer comes in second. It's a big, stout, rugged built kind of a cow. Just needs to probably get freed up off all four corners of her structure. When you get out here today, just wants to maybe struggle off.
Your Class 9 results in first place, entry number 838, J-Boy Worthen, and 547, exhibited by Cohen Mutz of Washington Courthouse. Second place, the entry number 837, RJC Heartbreaker, 5327N, exhibited by Addison Jordan of Marion. Now exhibiting the ring is Class 10 of your junior yearling females, born January 1st through February 28th, 2025.
Attention beef exhibitors. I'm asking you, when you tear your stalls down, if you took out the metal dividers, please replace them for me. I would greatly appreciate it. Again, in Voinovich, if you took down metal stall dividers to make your bed, please replace them for me. Thank you.
In this class of AOBs, I think it comes down to a top pair in my mind. And I'm not going to lie, when this heifer hit the ring, she kind of grabbed my attention, but I wasn't quite sure how she was getting out and moving. And the longer she's out here, she's kind of relaxing and getting out and striding a little more. And I'm not going to tell you that it's perfect, because I'd definitely like to set her back on her knee and change the angle to her shoulder. But when she gets her stopped and parked, boy, that is one elegant-looking, high-tine, long-bodied individual that I think does a lot of cool things out here in this division. I mean, they just patterned up so nice from the side and does a lot of good things. Like I said, if we'd like to change her just a little bit, we could definitely set her back on her knee. But, boy, I tell you what, you can't hardly draw a better picture when one stops and gives you a look. Congratulations on a nice heifer to start this class. A little bit different types and kinds as we come out here in our white heifer. Same thing as that goes with the heifer in first. I don't think structure is just 100. I'd like to change her front knee a little bit and set her back down, and maybe want to get just a little wide outside of her skeleton on the move. But boy, you want to talk about a big, broody powerhouse of one. That thing from her shoulders back has a ton of capacity and rib shape, and just massive, just does a lot of cool things when you get from there back. Maybe you want to suck her chest up a little bit, but boy, that's getting pretty nitpicky on one that's going to go out, and that thing is a 3-year-old cow, is going to look absolutely incredible. So congratulations on a very nice animal. Heifer that comes to us next, maybe just carrying a little bit more condition than I'd like to see today. I'd like to trim her up the rear neck and chest just a little bit to be any higher in this class, but I do love her from her shoulders back. She's big, bolt sprung, and got a ton of power and look. Just a nice, big, broody cow for the young man. Same as the heifers coming next. Big, long-bodied heifer. I'd like to maybe just clean her up on her chest and maybe just relax her on all 4 corners of her skeleton. Maybe just gets a little upright on everywhere. But a heifer that's got a ton of power and a ton of shape and a ton of muscle, going to go out and make a heck of a donor for the young lady. And the heifer that rounds out the class, I think she gets out and moves good enough. That's not a problem at all for me. I guess for me today, I'd like to change her head shape a little bit. Maybe just gets a little square-headed and maybe balance her up from her chest back to her flank a little bit. But boy, you got to appreciate her depth of body and her length of hip. And then when she gets out and moves, she may be one of the sounder ones in the class. Just needs to balance up a little bit better on the side profile for me today.
Your Class 10 results, your AOB females in first place, entry number 841, TJSC So Sweet, 31N, exhibited by Jillian Brown of Louisville. Second place, entry number 844, Minnie 2N, exhibited by Paisley McIntyre of Marysville. Third place, entry number 839, BC Double I Cherry Coke, 68N, exhibited by Gus Montgomery of Newark. Fourth place, entry number 842, exhibited by Kira Moore of Oak Harbor. Fifth place, and your Brednode class winner, entry number 843, exhibited by Kennedy Hamilton of Hillsboro. Now entering the ring is the selection of your Grand and Reserve Grand Champion AOB female. This is your first call, all crossbred females to the Makeup Arena. First call, all crossbred females to the Makeup Arena. Second call, all crossbred females to the makeup arena. Second call, all crossbred females to the makeup arena.
Well, it's been really fun to get these ALB heifers out here and sort on these individuals. Get a little bit of different everything here out here in the ALBs. You get some off-the-wall breeds, but to see these things come out here and some of the breeds you wouldn't expect to maybe run with some of these other ones can definitely come out here and hold their own as far as it goes as structural integrity and just cowiness and broodiness. And yeah, maybe they don't have all the hair and bells and whistles, but they can definitely come out here and compete at a big high level. And I think there's a couple individuals out here that I think kind of separate themselves to the top in my mind. I'm going to go give them one more look and pick your champion. Let's give these exhibitors another big round of applause.
Congratulations, your grand champion AOB female out of class number 7 goes to entry 833. J-Boy Sweet Phyllis 59, exhibited by Palin Wilson of Ashland. Congratulations, your reserve grand champion AOB female goes entry 841. TJSC So Sweet 31N, exhibited by Jillian Brown of Louisville. Congratulations, AOB exhibitors. Third and final call, all crossbred females. Third and final call, all crossbred females. Congratulations, your champion, bred known AOB female and a class number 7 goes to entry 832. DTLC Miss Guardian and God, exhibited by Miles Toller of Bidwell. Congratulations, your reserve champion AOB female, bred and owned, goes to entry 829. Hall Lexi's Dream. 124, exhibited by Chance Holly of Bowling Green, Ohio. Congratulations, AOB exhibitors. Once again, this is your third and final call. All crossbred females to the Walton Auction Company Makeup Arena. Third and final call. All crossbred females to the Walton Auction Company Makeup Arena. Attention in the barns, all champion and reserve champion bred and owned breed winners. Please make a note. At the conclusion of the crossbreds, we will be showing for a supreme bred and owned female. Once again, all bred and owned breed champions. We will need you all back in the makeup arena at the conclusion of the crossbred show. Attention in the barns, with the following exhibitors or a representative for their families, please make their way into the announcer's table. Greenhorn, Mason Jolliffe, McCoy Klingeman, Reese Toller. Please make your way to the announcer's table. First call, all champion, bred and owned females to the makeup arena. First call, all champion and reserve champion, bred and owned females to the makeup arena. Second call, all champion and reserve champion AOB females to the makeup arena. Second call, all champion and reserve champion AOB females to the makeup arena. Correction, champion and reserve champion, bred and owned females to the makeup arena. Second call, all champion and reserve champion, bred and owned females to the makeup arena.
A nice set of crossbred heifers here to round out our last division of the day. Black heifer I'm going to use to start off the class. I love her elegance through her front 1/3. I love the way her shoulders tied into her just a little bit better than the heifer behind us. She's neat and tidy through that neck and chest. I really like that about her. And then she comes down on a big, soft rear foot and leg. Maybe just gets a nickel restricted on the move, but boy, that's getting pretty picky of a really nice, attractive, good, really high-end quality heifer. Heifer that comes to his second. I love the power and shape that she has. She's packed full of muscle, and I really appreciate that about her. I just wish I could maybe set her shoulder back into her a little bit. She gets just a little bold through there for me, and I'd like to just say maybe fill her in her heart or forerib to just smooth her up a little bit. But, boy, you want to talk about a big, stout, rugged-built one that still gets out and moves with a lot of authority and still goes in, with a big foot and leg underneath her. I really like a lot about that heifer. Heifer that comes to us next, maybe just pushing a little bit too much condition for me today. I'd like to slim her up through her head and neck and chest floor just a little bit. And then I think she'd move a little bit better off of both ends of her skeleton. But another one that's got a big broody cow look, and I like that about her. One that's going to be a nice production female down the road for that young man. And then the heifer that rounds out the class, maybe got just a tough draw, maybe giving up several months of age and a couple 100 pounds to everything else in the class. But a heifer that I read down the road as being one that real high quality, and I like the way she is attractive through that front 1/3 and still got some power and some mass and some look. Just needs some more days on feed compared to everything else in the class.
Results from Class 1 of your crossbred females. In first place, entry number 847, exhibited by Wyatt King. Second place, entry number 848, exhibited by Ava Priest. Third place, entry number 849, Logan Bolcott. And fourth place, entry number 846, exhibited by Naomi Fennig. Now exhibiting in the ring is class number 2 of your crossbred breeding heifers. This is your third and final call. All champion and reserve champion bred and owned females. Third and final call. All champion and reserve champion bred and owned females to the Walton Auction Company Mink Up Arena.
Well, I have to tell you, when we get these crossbred heifers out here, I'm a little bit out of my element. I'll be the first to admit it. So I guess when I get these two heifers to sort of to the top of the class, I kind of go back and forth on what I need to put as top priority when they get out here and start evaluating them. And I guess for me, I'm going to lane on the red heifer. I just maybe like the way she's constructed from the ground up a little bit more than the white heifer. She's got a little bit more set to her rear pastern and a little bit better angle to her knee as you get her out here and go. She might not have the wow factor in the hair, but I think when you study true dimension and true shape, and then when she gets out and goes, she does all the things right as far as that goes. One that I just, you got to gravitate towards just as far as much actual heifer is there. Just a big, stout, powerful one that can still get out and motor for as much as she has going on. Just a really fun one to look at. And then I'll be the first to admit it was pretty close when I got out here. And when this one walks in the ring, he will grab your attention. I mean, he is presented to an absolute T and the most amazing hair coat and awesome colored and does all the things. I guess for me, he just maybe just she looks a little bit more terminal out here today as compared to the heifer in front of her. And I know they're crossbred, so I guess I don't know exactly quite where to draw the line as far as that goes. But I guess for me, when we get them out here today, she just needs to travel just a nickel better off than rear two and reach just a little bit more as compared to the heifer in front of her. But two really fun individuals that could definitely go a coin toss either way today. As you get down to the bottom two heifers in the class, two that are built a little different in their types and kinds. The black heifer that comes to us next is a little more maternal in her look. I love the way her head and neck ties into her. She's long body. She's got some depth and some power. I like that all about her. Just runs into a buzzsaw. Two really outlier heifers at the top end of the class, but one that's probably maybe just a little bit more maternal look than the two counterparts ahead of her. Really nice heifer in her own right. Congratulations. And then heifer that we round out the class with, you got to love some things about her. She's got some power and some wit. She's attractive through that front 1/3. Just when you get her ask her to go, just struggles a little bit too much off her rear two for me today. Needs to be a little truer and square when you get from behind. But a really nice set of heifers. Let's give those exhibitors a round of applause.
Your Class 2 crossbred breeding heifer results. In first place goes to entry number 852, exhibited by Braden Cummings. Second place, 853 is your entry number, exhibited by Josie Bolcott. Third place, entry number 851, exhibited by Journey Richley. Fourth place, entry number 850, exhibited by Jack Magone. Now entering the ring is a selection of your Grand and Reserve Grand Champion crossbred breeding heifer.
Well, what a fun way to end the day here at our crossbred division. And when you get out here and start evaluating these livestock, like I said before, I'm not going to admit that maybe these are the type and kind of cattle that I kind of have in my herd, but at the same time, you got to appreciate the quality that these things bring. The cattle that do a lot of things right, and maybe they're not everybody's type and kind, but I do think they bring a lot of value as far as someone's breeding program and on down the road in the show ring. So really fun ones to evaluate and give my 2 cents on. And like I said in class, I kind of talked to them how I saw them. I'm not going to beat around the bush. It kind of comes down to these two heifers in this last class, and not take anything away from the black heifer because I think she's awfully good in her own right. But for me, it comes down to these last two. And today, I'm going to go ahead and the red heifer is going to be your champion, and second class there is going to be your reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations, your grand champion crossbred breeding heifer out of class number 2 is exhibited by Braden Cummings. Your reserve champion breeding heifer, also from class number 2, exhibited by Josie Bocott. Congratulations, crossbred breeding heifer exhibitors. This time, we'd like to reintroduce our judge today, Mr. Kurt Meyer. Kurt owns and operates Meyer Genetics, a premier cattle operation dedicated to breeding and developing high-quality show and breeding stock. Based in Illinois, Meyer Genetics is recognized for its commitment to producing functional that have achieved success at both state and national levels. Each fall, the program hosts its annual sale, offering exceptional heifers to customers across the country, along with selling bred heifers, bulls, and other elite genetics throughout the year. Kurt attended Lakeland Junior College before transferring to Western Illinois University, where he earned a degree in agricultural business. After college, he worked as the show and sale cattle manager for Hartman Cattle Company, gaining valuable experience in managing top-quality show cattle and high-profile sales. He is currently a marketing consultant for show and sale cattle at Prairie View Farms, PVF Angus. Throughout his career, Kurt has had the opportunity to evaluate some of the best cattle in the country. In 2024, he was honored to judge the Bred Known Show at the Simmental Junior Nationals, as well as the 2026 North National Western Angus ROV Show. He has also judged numerous other shows at both the state and local levels. Beyond the cattle business, he is a proud father to two twin boys, Drew and Eli, who share his passion for livestock. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in putting your hands together for our judge today, Mr. Kurt Meyer.
Well, I want to start out by saying what a privilege it's been to come here and evaluate your guys' livestock today. It's a real great honor to be out here. And I wanted to especially thank the ring staff, the show management, everyone on that end of the ring that you don't see that makes this show run smooth and without any hiccups. We got through a lot of cattle today, and I wasn't waiting on classes, and that's a big kudos to everyone back there. Let's give everyone that runs this show, let's give them all a great big round of applause. As we get our bred and known lineup out here, boy, what do you say? Like these young people, to be able to raise this quality of cattle and get them ready all year and raise them from when they were baby calves, calve them out, do all the things, break them, everything that goes along with it. It's really impressive how good this set of cattle really is. I know there's only going to be two, but boy, you could go 10 deep, 20 deep in this bred and known deal, and there's quality cattle all the way throughout. It's a really big honor to be able out here and tell you my opinion on them, and it's really impressive to see what these young kids have achieved in this bred and known program. I know that's kind of the heartbeat of some of these kids, and I take it as seriously as anybody, and some of these cattle could definitely compete at a national level anywhere in the country, and that's a really big kudos to everyone out here. So let's give these young exhibitors a great big round of applause, and I'll go show you the two I like today.
Congratulations to your supreme bred and owned female here in session 2. And to your shorthorn breed is exhibited by Colton Greenhorn. Congratulations, reserve champion, bred and owned female, and of your AOB division is exhibited by Miles Toller. Congratulations once again to all of our bred and owned exhibitors.